record. I'll make some announcements for folks listening along online. Be as loud as they can. And if anybody has any inspiration as to ways for us to get even louder, we'll take it. But all the levels are up as loud as they can be. And our primary computer decided he did not want to play with us today, so. Folks listening along online, thanks for joining us this morning. We're a little late getting going on our agenda. The commissioners of the State Land Board have just been in a county commissioner roundtable meeting local representation from counties. And we're about to kick off our public meeting. If you're joining us today to present anything, staff, please note that on this end, audio is really weak. The speaker is really weak and we're not getting the volume we need out of it. So please speak loud and clear, speak directly at your microphone if you're remote. Yeah, I think you're there, right? Yep. Yeah. Anybody have any questions before we jump in? All right, Commissioner Probe, would you like to take attendance for our meeting?
Yes, and I'd like to welcome everybody up there in the public joining us today for our April board meeting after a fabulous tour of Chancellor Ranch and a very informative session with local county commissioners from several counties surrounding Trinidad, where we're located. So let's kick off the roll call. Commissioner Scanlon here. Commissioner Chavez
here.
Commissioner Heath
Here.
and Commissioner Clark is excused. So we have a quorum.
Excellent, thank you. This is the April board meeting of the Colorado State Board of Land Commissioners. We're here on April 10th for the record. I think I mentioned we're going to move the executive session to the end of the agenda. So we'll try to buy back a little bit of time. Commissioner Probe, do you want to lead us off into
Yes.
open comment?
Yes, so at this point, we'd like to see if there are any public comments concerning non-agenda items. And I would also like to acknowledge, as I will again, that we received written comment for non-agenda items from a few of the public. They were quite informative. The commissioners have read them and they'll be incorporated into our considerations of related matters in future board meetings. So Al.
Anybody attending online, if you would like to make public comment on a non-agenda item at this time, please raise your hand and we will move you over. I see one hand from Karen Pate. I will move her over now.
Welcome, Karen.
Karen, if you could please unmute and address the board.
And Karen, please know that we're audio challenged in the room today, so you need to be as loud and clear as you can.
Okay, how is that?
That's okay.
Okay, great, thank you. I appreciate the acknowledgement of the written comment. What I will talk today is just kind of reiterating much of that. First, I want to thank staff and everyone for presenting and attending the public meeting in Buena Vista last month with ECMC. It helped inform the public about the process and the rules. I do want to declare that we want to submit a collective bid from the community businesses and members in Chaffee County toward protecting Maxwell Park from Mount Princeton geothermal drilling. Communications with the State Land Board staff indicate that given the current lease, we can't submit a bid, and the only opportunity we have I feel might be to ask you guys the board to open that door for us. If we understand the process is that we can comment at the time of lease renewal, which could happen as early as next month, but they'll be asking for renewal, and we're afraid there won't be an opportunity to actually bid. We can bring more money to the table than what has been provided under the current lease. And I think that is should be a motivating force, will hopefully be one for you all to help open that door. We have verbal commitments that the bid will be substantial. And I do want to reiterate that there is no guarantee of any future success on development of this land for geothermal electricity purposes. I think what you will hear today from the carbon management roadmap is confirmation of that. In their report, they also reiterate that there's 3 sites in Colorado that are good for the geothermal electricity. I know that they definitely want to do carbon sequestration at the same time as co-located, but this site is not one of those 3 sites listed, those areas in the county. I did submit a report as well for you all from a local geologist who reviewed the public reports, technical reports, and has also confirmed that it will probably fail. So we're asking to not even drill and not have that disruption. It was surprising to me when I read the carbon roadmap around sequestration. That and the geothermal process for electricity involves pumping something into the ground at very deep depths, 4,000 to 6,500 feet. The sequestration rules are very different than the geothermal, and I honestly don't know why. I'm going to dig into this, but for instance, the setbacks for private wells is 2,000 feet, whereas for the geothermal, it's only 500 feet. Also, one of the reasons why Chaffee County is not an ideal location for sequestration and geothermal is because it is amongst significant faults caused by the Collegiate Peaks Range, the Mosquito Range. So that can cause seismicity, which has been acknowledged in the reports. I just want to reiterate that we're asking the board to help us investigate this win-win and let us open the door for submitting a competitive bid, because we can come to the table with some additional revenue for K through 12 and for a lease that does not contain the risks. So, and I want to thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much, Karen, for sharing your thoughts with us.
Thank you.
Any other attendees online that would like to make a public comment on a non-agenda item, please use the raise hand feature on Zoom and we'll move you over. Commissioner Grove, I'm not seeing any hands raised.
Great. Let's move on over to Dr. Massey for announcements.
Commissioners, just one note for the record, so in the future, we can look back on it. Just letting the record know that we had our board out on the Chancellor Ranch yesterday, spent a nice day out there, got a little bit of extra sun, had some good conversations around different types of activities that have been happening, that continue to happen out there, leasing. We really appreciate our partners, our lessees out there. And part of the conversation today is to chat about the next life of the Chancellor, or however that looks as part of our release of the RFP process. So other items I'll just defer to another time. Happy to try to give us some time back. Thanks.
Over to Mr. Brass for the natural resources update.
Right. Good morning, commissioners. Interim Director Massey. I'll try to keep my updates fairly brief, but did want to give you a quick update on a few things happening at DNR that are of relevance to the State Land Board. As you all are aware, we recently wrapped up the application process for the State Land Board Director position, and we'll plan to begin the interview process in May. This process will be collaborative and will include Chair Frobe and Executive Director Gibbs. A couple of budget updates. The State Land Board recently received $178,000 in new funding to annually support the Working Lands Internship Program. The purpose of this internship program is to hire 3 full-time interns to work up to 9 months each year. And this will be focused on building skills in land management, including biodiversity conservation efforts, planning and leasing for renewable energy development, and supporting additional housing opportunities. A couple of legislative updates. All of DNR's priority bills have been moving through the legislature. But in addition, we wanted to highlight a couple of other bills of relevance to the State Land Board. Senate Bill 81, known as the BUILD Act, or the Building Urgent Infrastructure and Leveraging Dollars Act, would modify state public financing the public financing cash fund, and allow the state treasurer to use a security token offering for state capital financing. The BUILD authority would operate as an independent statutory public entity to leverage capital and finance certain infrastructure projects, including transportation, energy, water systems, and public facilities. Overseen by an 11-member board, which includes the state treasurer, the state architect, the chair of the General Assembly's Capital Development Committee, among others. The board would have the authority to issue tax-exempt bonds, enter into partnerships, and seek federal matching funds to finance projects, negotiate interest rate exchange agreements and credit enhancements, and invest money held in reserve or in securities, among other things. This bill is passed out of the Senate, and it's beginning to move through the House. DNR is in a neutral position, and we're monitoring the bill at this time. The second bill of note that we are tracking is Senate Bill 167, concerning the investment of the state fund money to benefit Colorado communities. This bill expands the public school fund, also known as the permanent fund that you all are familiar with, and the unclaimed property trust fund to support K-12 education, affordable housing, and community investments. The bill specifies that investment priorities for the permanent fund will include preserving the principal, providing benefits through community investing, maintaining a minimum annual distribution of interest and income that's at least 3% on a rolling 5-year average, and targeting a 7.5% annual growth rate on a rolling 5-year period. The bill also creates the Educator First Home Ownership Program, offering down payment assistance for school employees with $200 million invested by 2028. The Unclaimed Property Trust Fund gains new investment options through the bill, including equities and real estate, with 20% allocated by 2032. It also establishes a zero interest loan program, providing $100 million for affordable housing, $50 million for fire and ambulance districts, with a repayment by 2045. The bill boosts the general fund by $15 million in fiscal year 26 and 27, and broadens the Treasury's investment authority. This bill is of particular interest to us given the changes to the permanent fund administered by the Treasurer's office. The Governor's office has been working closely with the sponsor, Senator Amabile, on the details of this legislation, and they are supportive of it. We're continuing to monitor it for changes as the bill has just passed through its first committee and still has ways to go through both the Senate and the House. Besides these two bills, we're also expecting a bill to be introduced soon from a coalition of environmental NGOs that will direct DNR to commission a study and convene a state trust land conservation and recreation work group to identify opportunities to advance conservation, climate resiliency, biodiversity, and sustainable and equitable recreation on state trust lands. We've had the opportunity to work with some of these NGOs on the details of the legislation and look forward to working with them to ensure the study is advanced in a way that honors the state land board's fiduciary responsibilities. We'll be sure to keep you all up to date as this bill moves through the legislative process, but still hasn't yet been introduced. A few federal updates. Recently, the DNR submitted comments in response to the proposed interim final rule for removal of NEPA implementing regulations. And we're also closely tracking several pieces of federal legislation, including the Fix Our Forest Act and the SHRED Act, to name a couple. Couple of energy updates. House Bill 1165 passed the Senate last week and will be going back to the House for concurrence. This bill creates a new geologic storage enterprise, take on the long-term monitoring stewardship responsibilities for Class 6 carbon sequestration wells after site closure. The bill also includes provisions to streamline the regulation of geothermal development and protect Colorado's hot springs. Separately, last week, the ECMC Commission reviewed the state's application to the US EPA for primacy to regulate Class 6 carbon sequestration wells. And we expect the application to be submitted later this month with up to a year for review by EPA. Next week, DNR division directors will participate in annual energy and environment symposium in Garfield County. DNR's executive director, Dan Gibbs, as well as Julie Murphy from ECMC and CPW's director, Jeff Davis, will be attending along with a number of DNR staff. A couple of water updates. Last month, the Senate confirmed 3 new directors to the CWCB board. These appointees include Taylor Hawes for the Colorado River main stem seat. Taylor serves as the Colorado River Program Director for the Nature Conservancy. Also, Greg Johnson was appointed for the City and County of Denver seat. Greg serves as the Water Resources Planning Manager for Denver Water. And lastly, Mike Hamblin was appointed for the Yampa White Green seat. Mike owns and operates a ranch with his family in Maybell. Couple of forestry updates. Most recently, COSWAP awarded 5 projects through its Landscape Resilience Investment Program in the Wildfire Ready Watersheds footprints. This project's totaled $4.8 million. One of these projects was the Michigan Ditch Creek Fire Mitigation Phase 2 project that was awarded to the city of Fort Collins and will take place on state trust land. This mitigation work at the State Forest State Park will reduce the risk of damage to Michigan Creek, which is a critical element of the city of Fort Collins drinking water supply. For CPW, following the passage of House Bill 1117 last year, CPW recently brought on several new staff members to support the state's work to research, manage, and conserve invertebrates and pollinators in the state. And in coordination with DNR, a new interagency working group recently kicked off, which focused on identifying actions that state agencies can take to improve pollinator habitat. We appreciate the involvement from both Mindy Gottsagen and Lindsey Brandt. CPW, in coordination with GOCO, DNR, and the governor's office, will be officially launching the finalization of the Colorado Outdoor Strategy at the annual Partners in the Outdoors Conference, April 22nd through the 24th in Colorado Springs. We see this strategy as an important tool to move the state's biodiversity conservation and recreation management work forward years to come. And that concludes my updates, and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Jim.
Jim, can I have a copy of that?
Sure.
Great, thanks.
Like a little.
All right, so I think we're moving on to the carbon management roadmap. Ms. Brenda?
Good morning, Commissioners. Crystal Coranda, Minerals Director. I'm here today to introduce Quinn Antis from the Colorado Energy Office. Quinn was recently promoted to the Associate Director of Strategic Initiatives and Finance at the Energy Office. And previously, she worked there leading the state's policy initiatives and strategy for carbon management. It was in her former role that she was tasked with creating the carbon management roadmap, which she is here to present today. And by the way, can you all hear me?
Yeah, it's a little late, but keep
I
going.
can try to talk louder. Um, so I think the state is leading some exciting initiatives around carbon management, and I wanted to bring Quinn in today to share this roadmap with the board because the land board is and can be a part of carbon management solutions in the future. And on a more personal note, I have been to many conferences with Quinn regarding carbon management, and I wanted to officially thank her on the record for starting the Carbon Management Interagency Working Group. The land board participates in this working group, and she set it up where different representatives from agencies like CDPHE, ECMC, Land Board, the Energy Office, the Office of Economic Development and International Trade, and CPW. We all meet once a month and discuss each agency's policies and what we're doing in regard to carbon management. And prior to this, I had never worked with any agencies outside of the ECMC, and I think I didn't have any contacts. I wasn't sure what other people in the state were doing. And this group has been great because now I have a lot of contacts, and I realize that so much of the work we do overlaps. And it was great to get an insight on what the state is doing regarding the carbon market or tax incentives or measuring, reporting, and verification standards, because all of our work fits together to meet the larger state goals. So I wanted to officially thank Quinn on the record for starting this group and inviting the land board to participate in it. I put a lot of Quinn's background information in the cover sheet, but as you can see, she has a very robust background and has been the main driver on this carbon roadmap. And I attached the roadmap to the cover sheet, and it was 254 pages, so it was not a small undertaking. Without further ado, I'd like to welcome Quinn. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you so much, Crystal. That was really kind. Thank you, board members. It's great to meet you. I'm Quinn Antis with the Colorado Energy Office. I will do my best to speak loudly and clearly, but if at any point you cannot hear me, let me know. I appreciate you taking the time today to have me come and present on the roadmap, which actually I think can have could have several impacts for the State Land Board, particularly as the State Land Board assesses various carbon management opportunities across the state. Before I dive into the roadmap and I'll start sharing my screen, I did want to quickly address a public comment that was made earlier today that was fairly inaccurate. And so the carbon management roadmap is specifically geared towards identifying carbon management opportunities in the state. We'll dive into what specifically that means, but no part of the roadmap was intended to identify places in the state that are suitable for geothermal energy development. There is a recommendation that references it, and so I have included that in this presentation, and we'll talk about it in more detail. But I did want to specifically state that this roadmap does not make recommendations on where in the state is best suited for geothermal energy development. All right, with that, I will share my screen. And could someone just give me a head nod if you can see that? Great, excellent. So Carbon Management Roadmap was directed by HB 23-1210, specifically to identify the carbon management, climate, and economic opportunities available in Colorado that best draw on our natural resources, industry, talent, labor force, and economic development capabilities. Per HB 23-1210, carbon management means carbon dioxide removal, which is the process of directly taking CO2 from the atmosphere. Carbon capture, a process that captures CO2 from an industrial point source before that CO2 can be released into the atmosphere, and then diverts these emissions for use or storage. Carbon sequestration or carbon storage, which is verifiably storing CO2 in non-atmospheric locations in such a manner that the carbon dioxide will not enter the atmosphere for at least 100 years. And CO2 utilization, a process by which captured or removed CO2, once you have it, is reused, oftentimes turned into a value-added product, where it is stored without being re-released into the atmosphere. And a little bit about why the Colorado Energy Office cares about carbon management. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has determined that carbon management is necessary to prevent the worst effects of climate change. And so while the Energy Office is primarily seeking to meet our state's greenhouse gas emissions reductions targets by transitioning to renewables and electrifying our industry, transportation, and buildings, there's still going to be a gap. And with all of the efforts that the state is currently undertaking and is planning to undertake, we still are not on track to meet our 2050 net zero target. And so we believe that there is a role for carbon management to play, specifically to accelerate Colorado's net zero emissions goal, contend with our atmospheric residual emissions, and also support industrial decarbonization for sectors where other emissions reduction strategies cannot completely eliminate emissions. So, for example, cement is the #2 most widely used substance on Earth after water, and we actually don't know how to make cement without generating CO2 as part of that process. And so for some of these industrial processes, carbon capture is the best solution available right now for us to decarbonize where we can. Carbon management can also ensure an equitable transition by prioritizing workforce training, economic diversification, and frontline community engagement, and can unlock pretty significant private investment into Colorado communities. And one other thing I wanted to highlight is that in addition to reducing greenhouse gas emissions, carbon capture can reduce other harmful air pollutants as well, such as sulfur oxides, nitrogen oxides, and particulate matter, which indicates to us that deploying carbon capture in facilities that have a history of industrial pollution is actually a really meaningful avenue for addressing local air quality issues. So the carbon management roadmap, as Crystal mentioned, it's pretty lengthy. It covers a lot of topics. I will give a highlight of some recommendations today, but just to give you the full high-level picture, the topics in the roadmap include carbon capture, CO2 utilization, CO2 transportation. How do you get CO2 from where you've captured it or removed it to where you're going to store it or use it? Geologic carbon storage, which Colorado has a lot of opportunity to store CO2 in our geologic formations. Technological carbon dioxide removal, which has a number of different pathways within it. So direct air capture, genuinely really big fans that have some sort of material to capture that CO2, oftentimes a solvent or a sorbent. Biomass carbon removal and storage, which is where CO2 is already captured in organic material, oftentimes plants or ag residues, forestry wastes, etc., and utilizing that biomass so it keeps the CO2 in organic matter without being re-released into the atmosphere. Mineralization, which is the process of really just accelerating natural processes to turn CO2 into stable carbonates. Nature-based carbon dioxide removal, which includes soil-based carbon storage, conservation and restoration, and forest management. The roadmap also explores market development and incentives, workforce considerations, environmental justice, and community engagement. And this roadmap was developed very intentionally with a robust stakeholder process. We very much wanted this roadmap to reflect what Colorado communities and experts across all different types of carbon management think and want and what they really need. And so to develop this roadmap, we held 7 virtual expert roundtables, including with labor and workforce development, community and environmental advocates, perspectives on health, safety, and community benefits planning, industry perspectives on health, safety, and community benefits planning, direct air capture, CO2 transport and storage, carbon markets and finance, natural and working lands, and carbon dioxide removal. We held one-on-one meetings with additional experts. We traveled around the state and had in-person community meetings in Durango, Pueblo, and Firestone. We also held a virtual meeting for anyone in Colorado. And we took all of that information and used that to create our first draft. We solicited expert feedback on this draft. We held a virtual public comment listening session and held a 1-month public comment period. And so the final roadmap, all 250 pages, they make 68 recommendations spanning 15 state agencies. A few key themes to highlight are one, durability in supporting high quality carbon removal. In the early days of carbon dioxide removal, there were a lot of credits that did not do as they promised. Perhaps they made more ambitious claims, or oftentimes in carbon removal, if you're putting CO2 into more natural sources like soil or trees, there's a high risk of reversal that CO2 will go back up into the atmosphere. And so some credits were being sold that couldn't guarantee that the CO2 was actually going to be in that matter for the time frame it had been sold for. And so one key theme of this is how can we ensure durability where that CO2 is stored? And as a government agency, how can we drive market integrity and support robust standards to ensure that carbon removal that's done in Colorado is high quality? Another key theme was community education and project transparency. We've done a lot of community meetings throughout different topics in the Energy Office, but I'd say one pretty significant difference between what this process looked like and other processes have looked like is that when we went to communities and said, give us your thoughts, give us your feedback, most of that time was actually spent with community members asking us questions. And so a main takeaway was how can we provide greater education into what carbon management means? How can we bring communities along with us on this journey of carbon management deployment and development in Colorado? And how can we ensure greater project transparency? I would say another key theme was strategic market support to enable deployment. While the science underpinning these technologies is very well understood and very safe, these markets are newer and there's investment risk just because these markets have not been around as long as the technologies and the science have. And so how can we appropriately absorb different risk throughout the value chain to help enable project deployment? So a few priority recommendations. One, as was mentioned in an earlier update, establish the regulatory framework for Colorado to assume long-term regulatory liability and stewardship following the closure of Class 6 injection wells. Class 6 injection wells being, Class 6 is the permitting process for storing CO2 underground, as the State Land Board well knows, with the, I think, first Class 6 application in the state in Region 8. This actually came about several communities across Colorado without having the technical language for this directly asked for some type of mechanism to ensure Colorado taxpayers weren't on the hook long term in case anything went wrong. So we think this is an important structural foundational recommendation for geologic carbon storage in the state, but also really does reflect what Colorado communities want. Another key recommendation is the creation of carbon management zones that leverage data-driven analysis to optimize project siting, streamline regulatory processes, and strategically reduce barriers to deployment. A lot of companies in the carbon management space are looking for the same 5 things when identifying where to site their projects. They're looking for where is there access to clean additional renewable energy? Where is there good geology to store CO2? How does the community feel about carbon management and what do they want? And where are our feedstocks? If that's a type of biomass, where can they access that? If they're looking for feedstocks for mineralization, where are those? And so we realize that as the state and across our state agencies, we have a lot of this data. So how could we overlay this data to provide transparency around where the right set of factors exist in Colorado for different types of carbon management projects? And then from there, could we unlock additional incentives for that? Another recommendation is to establish a forgivable loan fund for carbon storage and geothermal stratigraphic well development. One thing that became clear throughout the roadmap is that one of the primary sources of investment risk is that even with all of the data we have around our subsurface, our geology, you can drill a strat well and it might not be productive. It might be dry. It might not have the salinity required to store CO2. There are just some factors that we don't know until we get there. And that investment risk can meaningfully stop projects from happening. So could we establish a forgivable loan fund that would absorb a lot of that risk and enable these projects to move forward? Another priority recommendation is to develop a publicly accessible database to track proposed and active carbon management projects. Set clear MMRV standards, or measurement, monitoring, reporting, and verification standards for CDR pathways, specifically intended to help ensure high quality carbon removal, drive transparency and market integrity. And launch an equity capital program to reduce risk and enhance carbon management project financing in Colorado. One thing that came up throughout this whole process was realizing that the state has some grant or grant-like capital to support industrial decarbonization. The Loan Programs Office federally has low-cost debt, and equity is really the missing third piece, that missing capital stack. And specifically, if the state were able to launch an equity capital program, we would effectively be able to do credit enhancement with a much lower administrative burden for capital providers who want to access that, which we think could be a really valuable tool for supporting project deployment. Some key environmental justice and workforce recommendations require a risk assessment for projects seeking state funding, develop enhanced outreach materials and community meetings, explore facilitating and encouraging community benefits plans, partner with local and tribal governments to address safety concerns, conduct a comprehensive analysis of existing training programs and workforce needs for carbon management careers across industries, develop a carbon management pre-apprenticeship career and technical education program, engage in targeted carbon management collaboration in Colorado's just transition communities, oftentimes where there is really favorable geology for geologic carbon storage. And some additional recommendations. The only recommendation that specifically mentions the State Land Board is develop a grassland carbon program to increase soil carbon capture. And this really echoes and underpins some of the incredible work that the State Land Board is currently doing. But other recommendations that I thought could be interesting for the State Land Board and or potentially relevant down the line. One, explore point source carbon capture retrofit opportunities in Colorado's industrial decarbonization strategy. Support the deployment of low carbon concrete and brick, where the state can support producers making low carbon concrete and brick and also buyers buying more. How can the state better support that? Develop a landowner guide for CCS development. Provide cross-agency training so that more agencies understand some of the important technical considerations for carbon management. This next one is, I believe, what was being referenced earlier today. Develop a study targeted at basins identified as suitable for both carbon storage and geothermal power production. In essence, we do not have as much data as we would like about how in the subsurface geothermal power production and carbon storage can interact simultaneously. This is something that we think Colorado has unique opportunity for, and we would like to better study this. And so this is not making a recommendation about where geothermal projects should be sited. We're just, particularly these three basins, the Raton, Piceance, and Denver basins, we believe have some opportunity to co-locate geologic carbon storage projects and geothermal energy projects. And so we want to perform a study or have the ECMC perform a study to better identify what that means. How does that work? What are the considerations for that? We'd also like to develop educational resources for direct air capture facility siting and permitting in Colorado, create standards for sustainably sourced biomass, explore the potential for mineralization with abandoned mine waste, develop a central resource library for soil health and soil carbon storage resources, explore carbon credit procurement from the state and how it can help the state achieve net zero goals, evaluate and consider establishing a suite of tax credits to support carbon removal, Trust me when I say there are many more recommendations in the roadmap, but this is just a sample of some of the ones that I believe would be most relevant to your work. And before I stop here, I just quickly wanted to highlight a few additional key findings. One is the Lawrence Livermore National Lab did a 2-year intensive study on carbon removal capacity by 4 pathways: direct air capture, biomass utilization, forests and soils, and then marine CDR, which they didn't assess Colorado for, of course. And they assessed on a county by county level across the country how much carbon removal capacity there is based on a variety of factors. And for Colorado, they determined that Colorado has the potential for 640 million tons per year of direct air capture. And assuming that's paired with geologic carbon storage, that's incredibly durable. So comparatively, Lawrence Livermore found that Colorado has the potential for 32 million tons per year of biomass utilization. In some cases, there's low durability in that utilization, but it's significantly better than the alternative, than the counterfactual. Like, for example, if you're turning that biomass into sustainable aviation fuels and then you burn that fuel, it goes back into the atmosphere, but that's significantly better than just burning fossil jet fuel. And other forms of biomass utilization, including bikers or biomass carbon removal and storage technologies, have pretty high durability. Forests and soils, interestingly enough, they identified that Colorado's total cumulative potential, so not tons per year, but cumulative potential, is 9.7 million. With fairly low durability. And so while we know that there are really significant co-benefits along with carbon removal associated with our forests and soils, we just wanted to underscore that this data indicates that the state should be also investing in direct air capture and biomass utilization. And then Lawrence Livermore did not evaluate the other technologies we assessed in this roadmap. And finally, 49 of the 55 industrial facilities eligible for the federal 45Q tax credits are located in geologic basins in Colorado that have the potential to permanently store CO2. The remaining 45Q eligible industrial facilities are within 35 miles of geologic basin with storage potential. This data to us really indicated that there is robust potential for us to pair industrial point source carbon capture with geologic storage, meaning that Colorado's unique factors lend themselves very nicely for geologic storage for carbon capture in our state. And that there's opportunity for some of these industrial facilities to benefit from shared infrastructure like shared CO2 transportation and Class 6 wells. That was a ton of information. For even more, here's the link to the roadmap, but I will stop here. Happy to answer any questions.
Thanks so much, commissioners. A lot of material there. And there's some implications to state land board work and a couple other recommendations.
So will the new hire be involved with developing the grassland carbon management program that they're talking about here? Or,
We've got,
I mean, we've already doing some things,
we've got
but.
existing staff working on grassland carbon.
Mhm.
As far as geologic, yeah, that the hire that we're talking about
Okay,
would be part of our workforce for that part of the effort, yeah.
yeah, because in the whole report, I mean, that's the only place they actually acknowledge DNR. I mean, the state land board.
When we're doing carbon storage.
Yeah.
I had a question regarding the grasslands, or what the state's recommending or thinking about. Would you be competing, I mentioned this in another meeting, with the federal, with NRCS programs or any of the other CRP conservation resource programs? I can't remember all the initials. I mean, you would be competing against those programs that where the federal government pays to, not do anything on the lands or minimal disturbance.
Yeah, I'm happy to address that. I honestly probably am not as well versed on that as Mindy Gottsagen is, but the recommendation in the roadmap is specifically to in the roadmap, we discussed the grassland carbon program could use regenerative grazing practices to increase soil carbon, and the incentive for lessee participation would be a share of revenue generated from the sale of carbon credits. The way that this is worded is also a bit exploratory. I think we did not in the roadmap assess how this would potentially compete with other federal incentives, but identifying that this could be of particular value to the state included it in here. So I unfortunately cannot speak as much to how this competes with other federal initiatives, but that's a great question.
Do you make any recommendations in regard to feedlots or beef production in the state?
We don't. That being said, I will also say that there are some carbon management projects that are being developed in the state that do use wastes from dairy manure, things like that. But those, the way that we group this in the roadmap, we talk about mostly biomass carbon removal and the waste that come from ag. But no particular recommendations on beef production.
I had another question. On the forgivable loan fund, where would the money come from initially?
There's another recommendation in the roadmap to develop or explore establishing an enterprise fund. That one would take a tremendous amount of stakeholding, which we intend to start doing sometime this year. But the intention is that a lot of our similar programs at the Energy Office have enterprise funds, which have been very helpful for driving those outcomes. So for example, transportation, there's a building decarbonization enterprise that's being developed. Could we have an enterprise fund focused on industrial decarbonization and CDR commercialization, which could provide initial capitalization for this forgivable loan fund and also help cover costs for some of these other recommendations in the roadmap that would have a fiscal note associated with them.
Thank you.
I have a question, Quinn. Thank you. This is a roadmap for CO2 emissions, and somewhat related to Commissioner Chavez's question, how is the state handling or addressing methane emissions?
That is a great question. That is very much, unfortunately, outside of my scope. I'd be happy to get you in touch with the folks on our team who are more directly working on methane. But unfortunately, any answer I give you here is I'm dangerous. I know just enough to be dangerous, but I would be more than happy to make an introduction.
So what you're saying is some others in the office
Yes.
are paying attention to that issue.
Yes. Oh, yes. There are robust plans in place for addressing methane emissions across the state, not only in our agency, but also in very close partnership with DNR and the PUC. But unfortunately, that is outside of the scope of my personal work.
Yeah, that your word robust scares me a little bit. I mean, I know it's not your department, but it's for the methane side of things.
Yes.
Quinn, we really appreciate you being with us and presenting on this excellent piece of work. This is
Comprehensive.
great, yeah, and thanks for your flexibility as we've tried to find the right spot for you. And commissioners, thanks for bearing with a lengthy presentation where our audio is about 10% volume on this. We're trying to fix that.
But we can hear you, so.
I'm sure the people in the room next to me are wondering why I've been yelling. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks again.
Crystal, did you have any closing comments?
I did not. I hope you all enjoyed that. That was great.
It was great. Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Onwards.
On the staff report.
Oh, yeah, that's me. Just a brief touch point on, some really happy to report progress on hiring and staffing, of course, some big shoes yet to fill, and but things are going well. I think since writing this piece for the Assistant Director of Energy, HR has gotten through an initial pass of what winds up being something north of 30 qualified applicants for that role. And so we've got a panel coming together to review them and score them a little deeper, and then perhaps flip to a small group to interview. Pretty typical of recruitment processes. I think we're going to be allowed 6 candidates to interview, and we'd love to have that many for sure from the applicants. But we got that material yesterday. I haven't had a chance to get through it yet. So, and the staff leasing report in the staff report, again, chock full of activity. Staff continues working very hard and very effectively, thanks to the authority that you delegated to staff to make independent decisions. And yeah, excited. That's what I had.
Okay, that'll work. Right, moving on to Chancellor. Good.
Thank you, Commissioners. Good morning. William Woolston, Colorado State Land Board.
My name is Alex Sloan with Colorado State Land Board. I'm the recreation technician.
Happy to be here this morning to provide an information item to you on the Chancellor Ranch RFP. Just a little bit of background about the request for proposal that's coming up and the process that we follow through that. And you know, we all had the pleasure of touring Chancellor, so I think we all know where it is. And just as it is in Los Angeles County, in the southeast part of the state. It's a little bit over 50,000 acres. I'll give you an overview of the surrounding area where the ranch is located. It is in a land area that is comprised of very large ranches, and also it abuts the Pinyon Canyon military maneuver site on the northwest of the property along the Purgatory River. So it's big country both in and around Chancellor. So Jim, the ranch was purchased by the land board from Jim Chancellor in 2004. This ranch contains a wealth of unique biological resources, as we found out yesterday. Thank you. I want to thank Josie for asking us to change our tour up a little bit and go and be able to witness firsthand the petroglyphs that are on this image. That was something I had not been able to do. I think others, and I really enjoyed being able to see that in person. It's an amazing site. But the ranch contains just amazing resources, beautiful canyon lands, upland grasslands, juniper woodlands, and shrublands, amongst others. And then, as I said, just a plethora of cultural resources, petroglyphs, and homesteads that dot the property and paleontological sites. The ranch also has a wealth of wildlife on the property, and that thanks to the great work of our lessees over the last 10 years on us, and that population has become more robust and healthier. Elk, mule deer, antelope, bear, mountain lion, and of course bighorn sheep, which Alec will get into a little more depth a little bit later. But that provides a hunting resource for the land board that's a unique one, and I think a very valuable one. Along with that, the rangeland that's on that ranch provides a really excellent year-round production possibilities for livestock. The topographical differences that ranch has lends itself to a year-round operation that can be very successful. And again, that that topography also provides a very diverse forage species mix and one that crosses, you know, the breadth of the ranch. We'll go into just you know, how does the RFP process work in general? When we get the submission and evaluation process that we will go through on Chancellor is the same model that we have used on RFPs throughout the process for the large ranches. This offering will include a 10-year grazing lease and will and also a 10-year recreation lease. And I know Alex is going to give you a little more background on that.
Yeah, so the 10-year recreation lease is a very similar to what we normally do for private recreation leases. It includes all big game, small game hunting, except for the bighorn sheep hunting. That is through a separate agreement with CPW, and will be negotiated with the new lessee after the RFP has been decided on. It's the same similar process to the agricultural. There are a set of guidelines and evaluations that staff will use to evaluate each applicant and be able to present to the board on a pick for the applicants of the RFP.
And as was noted a little bit earlier, the process does include and start with a public advertisement of the request for proposal that will take place. And then after that, after we've received applications for the leases, that is, those applications will be reviewed by a committee of staff members, as always occurs in our processes. Once we've gone through that evaluation process, we interview the top candidates. That's usually historically, that's been between 3 and 8 groups that come in and give presentations to the interview committee. From that, we select our top applicants at times, and I would say usually we will go and then do an on-site interview with the very top candidates, just to get a first-hand look at their management on their own properties that they've been managing for a period of time. After staff has made their recommendation, has decided upon their recommendation, we then bring that to the board for final approval of your action. Well, just to break down a little bit, what do we ask for of the lessees and of the applicants in this process? For the ag evaluation, we ask for agriculture management training. Give us an idea of what you've done in the past and what you bring to the table. That includes experience in ranching business, experience with the NRCS project. How will that benefit both the lessee and the landlord? The NRCS program has been very effective in helping us improve the infrastructure on our ranches and in some cases the management of the grazing as well. What scope and location does the present ag operation have of each applicant? What is the formal education that they might have? Have they been to ranching for profit school? Have they attended our seminars or other educational forums that are available? And what overall management experience do they have? What do they bring to the table? We also asked them to bring them to provide us with a stewardship and grazing management plan. What are the classes of livestock they're going to be including in their operation? Do they have a drought plan? What's their management plan? That sort of thing. Also a management and maintenance plan for the infrastructure on the ranch. What proposed improvements do they feel that the ranch they're applying for might need in order for them to run their operation the way they see fit and the way they feel they need to? Excuse me. What is the cost that they expect those proposed improvements to include, and what would be the timeline that they see in getting that implemented on the ground? Of course, the financial bit is part of it, an important part of it, and financial assurance. Can they, do they have assurance? gives us assurance that they can follow through with the bid that they've applied to us with. And we also asked them to provide references.
William, quick clarifying question on that, on the
Yes.
financial assurance, is that, just looking at their financial statements, or is that actually any kind of credit availability from their banker? Or
Exactly. We asked them to provide a letter from their bank stating that they have the wherewithal to follow through on the bid that they've applied to us with. So on the recreation side, what are we asking applicants to provide us in that? Mainly it's a statement of qualifications. What's the personal and professional experience of the applicant? And primarily funding the operations that they are planning to bring forward. What's the scope and location of their historical operations? What have they been doing in the past? What are they currently doing? Again, a description of any formal training or education that might pertain to a hunting and guiding operation, and in the operation and management experience, including but not limited to their recreational enterprises, other businesses that they might have in ongoing, and what's their management experience overall. They also were asked to provide a recreation plan. What are they going to, what do they want to implement on the ranch? What type of recreation opportunities do they see, and are they applying for? And then after that, it's essentially the same as what we just went through with the Ag program. The Ag evaluation, except for in addition to with the recreation program, if they are going to guide and outfit, we do ask them for a copy of their guiding and hunting and guiding and outfitting licenses. So just a quick, overview of the timeline of this. The Chancellor lease expires April 1, 2026. And I think you already are aware, but why are we so far ahead of that date? In order to give the lessees, in the case that we do have a change in our lessees, that gives the current lessee time to get their, make changes that they need to do so that their enterprises can be continuing and make that change over the best that it can possibly be. The release date of the Chancellor Ranch RFP is going to be next week. April 14th is our scheduled date, so it's coming up quickly. The tour will be May 13th. Our submission deadline is June 20th. Shortly after that, we'll start going through the evaluation of those proposals and plan to do interviews in July of 2025. We'll bring the preferred applicant forward to the board on August 8th. And then, of course, the availability will be April 20th of 2026 when this new lessee, whoever that is, will be chosen. I guess I just want to reiterate, this is staff does not take this process lightly in any way. This is a major process on these big ranches, both for us and for the lessees that are involved. And we take that very seriously. And this is also, this is a tough time for both, for the lessees as well. These are hard decisions that we go through. And I think we realize as staff, we've got to get this right, both for the lessees and for us. We want these ranches to go forward and improve in the future. And this, that's not an easy thing. This has been a well-managed ranch over the last 10 years. And so if a change is made, we want to make sure that there's, a good basis for doing that, and it's the right thing to do. So it's not something we take lightly.
So, William, if I can interrupt here and just ask a question. So to that point,
Yeah.
and recognizing Chico was its own special brand of factors.
Yeah.
But from Chico and even Lowry, perhaps, what have you, as a team, determined? And how is, had to change in terms of, not the process so much, but in terms of materials or the questions we ask or the evaluation? And I can't remember if the evaluation sheets are shared with the applicants or not as an exhibit, but what have we learned and are we applying it in this process?
We have, I don't know that we'll change anything, that what we have, but that's what I tried to, like, we try to be just very careful in our questions to make sure that we give everybody, and both through the application process as well as the questions, so that we make sure that we ask the right questions so that we can determine who really is the best fit and what exactly are they going to bring to the table on these big ranches. These are big management processes, as we know. So we need to get these right, and we need to make sure that the management that happens on these places are good, if not great, and also that they know how to manage the land that these ranches and where these lands are. It's not, it's not like Colorado doesn't. You can't run a ranch in Colorado the same no matter where it is. The environment is different, so it's important that people have the expertise to know and the ability to understand and know how to operate a ranch in a certain area. And I think, but also, am I answering your question?
Yes.
I mean, but we really do. We tried to structure the questions going in so that we can discern. What kind of management practices are you practicing in your current operations? What do you know how to do? What are you used to doing? What's your background? What's your basis for how is it that you are managing a profitable operation now and can continue to do so on this if you come in and start running this particular ranch?
I'm recalling, and I don't know how it was embedded in the Chico process, but the whole notion of what's community, right? Or how they're contributing to community. Is our process around that any different, or is it?
We ask that question in our questions and ask it in, but it is that discussion was what is considered community, how broad or how narrow is that? I still, my personal feeling, and I think ours as a group, is that's a bit broader understanding than was asked of us to understand in the Chico process. I mean, it's Elliot.
If I can make a comment, Elliot Roy, Assistant Director, Sustainability Working Lands. Excellent question. Obviously, the Chico discussion happened before I joined, but one of the first tasks I was given, you may remember, is to give a presentation to the board about community interest and how it's applied both in the RFP process and also in our regular competitive process. So happy to pull that cover sheet back out. Certainly the group that's going to be reviewing the RFP case has that as a reference point. It is public record. Anybody who applying for the RFP could have access to that to understand how we think about community and how we use those terms and how they're in statute and how we. So we learned from that and we have applied that too. So,
yeah. And I sorry if I could, I should have. Steve Wooten and Bo Carney are here with us today as well, so they are available if you have any questions for them as well. Sorry, guys, I should have introduced you. Then start. But yes, that we clarified. We have clarified that in our application process. And that will be one of the questions that the applicants will answer or reply to, if you will, and provide information on in the applications that they present to us.
So
You bet.
Sorry, I have two questions. First, who will be the evaluators?
I don't think that's set in stone yet, but we've had some conversation that Abe Medina is recreation manager, Abe will be involved. Rachel Turner is the field operations team leader now. And I have asked Rachel if she would, I would like her to take part in this process.
Okay.
Eric Van Dyke he's the district manager in the area. Eric understands grazing and range management extremely well. And Jess Price, our new regenerative ag manager.
Okay.
I would like, personally, I think it's important that Jess takes part in all of these RFP processes as part of his new role. And again, he has a deep understanding of ranch management and range management. Great in that process. And there probably would be one more staff member that would be included.
Maybe from the stewardship.
Possibly, yeah.
And I guess the next question I would ask, just in the timeline, I want to verify the sort of notification process, because I feel like there was not clarity, at least on when the person who thought they won the proposal was notified, happening before the board had actually approved it. And I'd like to be sure that there's a process that the board is involved at the appropriate level, because until it's approved, I don't think they should be notified that they have won the contract.
So that did not happen. Or to my knowledge, that there would, because obviously the board does make the final selection in this process.
It was the review. They asked for the review. That's what.
Yeah, I don't recall.
Yeah, the one thing that, and I'll take the blame on this, I guess, the decision was made to not, I did not call Chico and tell them of our decision. They were notified by email. It was done in the proper timeline, but that was a decision that I regret and would like to be able to take back. I wish I had called them and made that call to both the successful applicant as well as to Chico, to let them know by phone before they received an email.
Yeah.
But as far as the timing, we certainly.
Yeah, and I think that's one part of it, but the second part is the actual approval. I mean, I think it's fine to notify them to notify the person that the evaluators are recommending, but the language should be, it's a recommendation that will go to the board.
Right.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's the presentation that I prepared for you, so just happy to answer any other questions like that.
Thank you.
Or that you might have for Steve and Bo.
Additionally, Abe Medina was not able to join us today for the meeting, so I'm filling in for him. If you have any recreation questions, I'd be happy to give a shot at answering. If I'm unable to answer, I will thank them for Abe and I to answer at a later time, and we'll be able to get back to you.
I'll just add one thing. It's not so much a question, but maybe for the record that, you know, from what we've seen and in conversations yesterday with the current lessees, that, you know, the wildlife populations, has a prospect and has been a significant source of revenue. And yet history shows that the wildlife needs to be managed really sustainably for the long term. And I can imagine that as we review, and I suppose the same goes for the ag, where this ranch was, you know, kind of recovered from its degraded state, that enthusiastic new applicants may have a really robust idea of, say, for example, the hunting opportunity and forage and carrying capacity. So just all every ranch, every context is different.
Couldn't agree more. I mean, that's something that, and I think in particular, this is one that really, this is an amazing environment, but it has to be managed. That's a very important part of this.
And I guess that's one of the reasons I would hope that someone from stewardship or some part of our team would look at that management, because it's such an asset on that property to have that bighorn sheep population.
Yes, I totally +1 you on that, and always assumed that actually a stewardship person was part of this review process, but.
Yeah. Lindsay wasn't, well, actually it's sort of changed there. That's a conversation we still.
Good.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Moving on to commercial real estate leasing, a whole other world. Julie Majors, you get the sort of award for the longest travel for that. Yeah.
Good morning, commissioners. I'm Julie Majors with the real estate section. I'm happy to be here with you this morning to go through the commercial leasing activity information item in your packet. The reason we're here this morning to talk about this is because you've seen a lot of activity on the staff leasing reports, as well as your board leasing agenda over the last couple of months. So what that means is that we're presenting transactions to you that directly involve recurring revenue and hopefully enhanced asset values for the portfolio. The board owns 11 properties all the way from Fort Collins north down to Centennial, and then over to Avon, just Eagle County, just outside of Avon. There are two trusts that hold vertical properties. One is the school trust and the other is the internal improvements trust. There are 473,000 square feet in the school trust and roughly 30,000 square feet in the internal improvements trust. It's a very diverse portfolio. You have everything from a 7,200 square foot hangar that is leased by State Patrol for the coverage up to the 118,000 square foot 9-story office building at 600 ground. So really what we're going to talk about this morning is the school trust portfolio, because that's where most of the activity, it's where all the activity has been happening. Since January, we've reported 16 total transactions to you. That's about 91,000 square feet on your 473,000 square foot portfolio. Out of that, there are 8 new leases, totaling 55,000 square feet. Notably, one that you approved last month for 12,000 square feet at 1278 Lincoln to Group 14. And then this month, there is a 23,000 square foot lease in your board leasing packet to CEA, Colorado Education Association, at 600 Grant. So just for comparison, in 2024, we reported 27 total transactions to you, of which 11 were new. So for the 4 months of 2025, we are outpacing really what we did in 2024. Those numbers, the numbers for 2025 so far, equate to about $7 million in your net lease value. So just to Just to give you an idea of what happens, that $7 million should translate into increased portfolio value. Backing up a little bit to talk about the net lease value that we report out both on our staff report and the board leasing report. We start with your gross rental revenue over the term. We subtract out your operating cost over the term. We subtract out all your tenant improvements and all your commissions. And that is the net lease value that we report to you. That is the closest number that we thought we could get to when we're comparing business lines and what happens when you see numbers from the other class. So it's really your cash flow. It's your net cash flow for the deal over the term of the transaction. I'm going to stop here for just a minute because I want to talk about the first two calculations, your gross rental revenue minus your operating cost. That is your net operating income. In the industry, what they would typically do is take that number and divide it by your risk rate, your capitalization rate, and that's what would drive your building value. So the takeaway is that every additional dollars that we can generate in this portfolio will hopefully translate into additional value for the board's portfolio. So what is happening? What's driving all this activity? We feel like at the moment, employers and employees have come to an agreement with how often employees will come to work. That's about 62% of the time. Anecdotally, from our property management group, we're understanding that our numbers are actually a little higher, somewhere between 70 and 80% for at least 3 of our major buildings. In the industry, vacancies are starting to get absorbed. Sublease space has now started to be absorbed. Construction of new office buildings is essentially non-existent since the pandemic. That is all translated into about a 5% net positive lease increase in the metro area over the last year. So,
Julie, is there, are the rates per square foot, are they steady?
Steady.
So they, okay.
Yeah, it's a very good question. We have been able to hold our base rates pretty stable. There are different levers that you can pull when you're negotiating these office leases. So I am just because of how that net operating income calculates, I'm very sensitive to the fact that we need to keep our base rates as high as possible.
Because tenant improvements can be, that's a negotiating tactic, I take it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we are cautiously optimistic. That is the word in the industry, and it was the word in the industry up until about 2 weeks ago. Hopefully, fingers crossed, businesses can try to keep growing. These are the things that we're going to be watching. But in 2023, our real estate business plan called for the potential of rebalancing the portfolio depending on what we saw in market conditions. We really would like to see a stabilization in our buildings at 85% occupancy. Overall, there's still some adjustments that are happening. We can't just take what we're doing today, add that, and have a belief that that's going to be our ongoing occupancy rate. There are still, we know of tenants that are still going to be moving out for the rest of this year. So it's, we 2 steps forward, 1 step back. We really need for the defaults in the market to heal. We need for foreclosures to stop, which would drive competitive increased valuations.
Julie, to that point, given again our unique situation, would you buy? This is a buying opportunity with the foreclosures and the, low price, just putting aside strategic considerations of whether or not we're doubling down on vertical real estate or not. But is this a time where we should look at strategic acquisitions that are under pressure being foreclosed, adjacent or nearby holdings that we have? What's your thought?
I think overall, our group is pretty bearish when it comes to the office market and the longevity of office use and office values. At the moment, we would not consider using our NSC funds to go double down on the office product right now. I think that is, again, when we start to see signs of the potential for dispositions, which we think right now is going to be late 2026, 2027, just because of our rent roll on all of our buildings. And so at that time, we will be coming back to the board to talk about what a commercial real estate portfolio looks like. And again, going to our unique, all the unique conditions that we have for owning commercial real estate, we've learned a lot of lessons over the last 10 years. So we will have a very good discussion about this. Yeah. So again, we need to watch the market for the employment statistics, employers and employees. The more employees we have in the buildings, the better off we're going to be. And then, of course, we're going to continue offering our tenants our high quality asset and property management services because that really drives retention. With that, I'll open it up for any more questions.
Super interesting. Was it? Just being curious, return to work and how that's translated.
Does the federal government own office buildings in Denver that they want to sell?
I don't know.
Yeah.
They actually had a huge portfolio that they were bringing to market nationally, and then that just got corrupted. I understand. But actually, interestingly, it seems like the Class A market has moved to Cherry Creek, like the construction Cherry Creek of office and mixed use spaces.
It's an anomaly.
And they're sucking the Class A tenants out of the two other primary submarkets, it seems.
Yeah, we could talk about this.
Yes.
Thanks for giving us that ray of
Thank you.
potential optimism.
Right.
And how cool is it that a full office building at Sixth and Granite helps generate revenue that helps build schools and.
Yeah, I mean, if we have questions, I don't know if you have questions on the board leasing agenda, but the group CEA, they had tried to sell their building after the pandemic at 15th and Grant and just couldn't. And they finally came to terms, did a cash closing, and we still have the space available. And they had their eye on 600 Grant ever since 2022. So they love the fact that we're education focused and that it kind of aligns with their group. So it's a long-term relation. It's going to be a long-term relationship with them. So Thank you.
Commissioner Fro, we're right on time. Do we want to maybe take a break or?
Anderson?
I have to make a quick one.
Okay,
So
then
that'd be
have a break.
Thank you.
Important.
Where's William? Oh, William. William is gonna sit here.
Okay.
I've been looking at these muffins the whole time.
Commissioners, welcome back, and staff, if you want to wrap conversations, we're ready to get rolling. About to spend
Some
a
time.
long time. Indeed. I realize I've said that several times today, and it's disparaging.
Yeah, of course.
Winter work, a lot of our work is just, there's a lot to go over, so just acknowledging that some of it's pretty meaty material.
Well, thank you. Commissioners, I'm Mindy Godsagan. I'm the Conservation Services Manager, and as you know, I also manage the Ecosystem Services Program. And I'll be presenting 3 PowerPoints today, 3 agenda items. And with me is my cohort in crime.
William Woolston, Colorado State Land.
And William is our outgoing field operations manager. And so we've worked closely together, not only just William, but other members of the field operations staff to bring this program to you today. And as you know, I've made several presentations over the last year or so. All of these have been information items. And of the 3 presentations I'm going to present to you today, the first one is an information item. No action is requested, though I would like some feedback on some of the staff recommendations or staff kind of concepts. The second 2 items will both be board action items. So the first presentation, is on the overall biological carbon program framework. And our 3 primary goals of this program is about new revenue for the State Land Board and trust beneficiaries, enhanced stewardship on state trust lands, and our contribution to climate goals set by the state. So this is what we're calling the biological carbon program. I've actually put a plus there to say there's a little bit of a added feature to it. The first of these is most of our focus is on what we're calling the grassland soil carbon program. With regard, we have so much of our land that's in grazing, about 95% or more of our state trust lands are leased for agriculture, and the majority of that is for grazing on different types of rangeland. 2 months ago, I also came to you with a forest carbon lease. This is actually part of the biological carbon program, but it's not being, I'm not focusing on all today, because that program involves with a direct contract with the carbon project developer, doesn't work through our lessees. What I'm going to be presenting today, or William and I will be talking about more of the soil carbon programs. I want to add too that in the upper right-hand corner, I have a photograph of cropland. These carbon project developers that we'll be talking about also have the ability to work with our farmers that either lease irrigated cropland or dry cropland. There are existing carbon protocols that address that. And I have the plus there because we're expecting to kind of move into the biodiversity program over time. All of these protocols include other carbon or other protocols that are coming on board. The biodiversity market is not quite as well developed as the carbon market, but we do expect it to come forward. And that the Ecosystem Services Program does have a few small biodiversity leases, not through these voluntary markets, but through, for example, the Black-footed ferret reintroduction program. So a little tiny deeper dive into the biological carbon program goals. We're working with a new revenue source. That new revenue source involves the voluntary carbon market. This is a new market that's been existing for maybe the last 10, perhaps 20 years, but it's evolving in its maturity, in its complexity, in its integrity and durability. And so we'll be participating in that for the first time through these programs, and mostly through what are called offset projects. These are kinds of projects where companies are looking to not do in-house carbon kind of reduction practices, but use a market to offset those through like a market process. And it's incentive based for both the state land board and our lessees. So this is not going to be required of our lessees. It's really an opportunity for them. And we expect that some lessees are very interested in it and others probably not so much. But this will be a choice whether they wish to engage in this. Second, our goal is to enhance stewardship. This alone is a tremendous asset and opportunity for the state land board. These practices that not only sequester soil or carbon in the soil are also good for the above ground forage. It increases forage, it increases ecological health, both for our rangelands and croplands. And so we're looking at significantly improved outcomes on our state trust lands, but for those that are participating in it. Did you want to say anything to that? Okay, you're good.
Can I ask one question? I think I mentioned it when you talked about this before. Would we be bringing these opportunities to the lessees, or they'll bring them to us, or a little bit of both?
It's a little bit of both. I'll talk a little bit about that process and how that's happening in the background right now. And then finally, we're looking to increase soil carbon sequestration to contribute to greenhouse gas reduction goals. Couldn't have had a better introduction than Quinn Antos's presentation today. And I was pleased that the 3 key themes that she mentioned of that whole report, our program meets, which is to go after high durability and high quality carbon removal, to involve community education and public transparency, and to get involved with strategic market support. I think our program, as I'll be presenting today, actually accomplishes all 3 of those goals. And then finally, as I mentioned before, it's a little bit of a lag here. There's an opportunity for biodiversity enhancement on projects as those programs develop. And Lindsay Brandt, as our new biodiversity manager, will be very involved with that as well. So our state and state land board and state carbon greenhouse goal reduction goals, whatever. I want to say that this has been coming a long time. You'll recognize the cover of our 5-year strategic plan. These goals, this program as envisioned was stated in that document 5 years ago. It was also included in both our ecosystem services leasing business plan and our field operations business plan. So those are our state land board plans. In addition to the 2023 natural working lands, climate smart goals, both, and also the brand new carbon management roadmap, both talk about the importance of having these nature-based carbon sequestration programs. And in as much as they don't contribute as much as some of these other industrial types of carbon removal, they're still playing an important part, particularly with all the natural resources that are in Colorado. And so we're excited to be a part of that and to have these program kind of at the forefront of some of these emerging opportunities in the state of Colorado. So this is another chart you've seen before. I'm not going to belabor it, but I want to just kind of stop here for a moment, because here we have on the left side of the screen, the voluntary carbon market. And on the right hand, we have our lessees and ourselves. And the process of this program is to link those two together. Right now, there are arrangements between the carbon project developers in the upper left-hand corner, going down through the carbon registries and into the market. And on the right, we just have our ag lease. And so we're two separated kind of working entities. This program is to link those two. And so we're doing that internally on our side through what's called the PES rider. That stands for Payment Ecosystem Services. That's an industry term. We have existing kinds of riders with our ag leases. This is just going to be another one. And as part of that, we will also enter into a master services agreement with each carbon project developer. So that lease rider will be attached not only to the ag lease, it'll also be attached to the master services agreement. And that will describe the revenue sharing processes, the kind of practices that are there, the lease term length. So those are the two kind of documents we'll be focusing on. And actually, both of those are the two action items that I'll be asking you to take action on today. And then between the carbon project developer and our lessee, they enter their own what's called the PES contract. That's the payment for ecosystem services contract. We're not a party to that contract, but we do know that it is subject to our master services agreement. And from that, once that contract happens, the carbon project developer takes actions to register those credits as they occur, and money begins to flow backward through that chain, back through the ag lessee and to the state land board. We're actually working on a process where we would be paid directly from the carbon project developer and not have to get that from the ag lessee. And those are some of the little details we're still working out with these two agreements. Are there any questions at this point about this?
Actually, rating most of the carbon projects are 30-year terms.
Right.
So those would just follow with, if you have a 10-year lease and it changes, it would just follow with.
It will. That's one of the biggest things I want to take time to talk about today. So that's something you haven't seen before, and we'll be spending a little more time on that, and I'd love your feedback. I want to explain the staff approach and then love your feedback on that. So this you've seen before. These are the 5 kind of contracts. Again, we're mostly focusing on, from our point of view as a state land board, this master services agreement. We'll have one of those with each of the carbon project developers we end up working with, and which would be available to our lessees, and then that payment for ecosystem services. These are both in their, I'd like to say, final stages of development. We've made a lot of progress. It'll probably take us another 4 to 6 weeks to get that dialed in, perhaps a little longer, but we're moving as fast as we can. So another part of this process, again, this staff is going to recommend project developers that we want you to qualify. We're going to call them qualified project developers that are best fit with the state land board and our lessees. We've been working with Millpont for about 1.5 years, a little over a year. Millpont's evaluation and scoring rubric is really the basis for a lot of our ranking and our confidence in the ability to work with certain project developers. Their evaluation and scoring rubric is attached as part of the second agenda item on how we're scoring them. And then staff added some additional recommended criteria. These are still recommended. We'll be coming back to you in a couple of months with the revised leasing policies for both field operations or grazing and for ecosystem services. And at that point, we'll have those criteria kind of more fully vetted. But your feedback today would be important, important information for us. And then again, the board will enter into a master service agreement with each qualified project developer, and the lease writers will be attached to those. This is kind of a 7-step process of how the projects kind of develop and mature. I have the state land board in after step 4. So I'll just start at the beginning. Project scoring evaluation. These first 4 steps are really taking place between our lessee and the carbon project developers. We're not an integral part of that. At some point, they're both going to decide this is a good project. We want to work together. And our agricultural lessees can look at our list of qualified project developers and say, out of these 3, staff will be developing a website kind of listing who our qualified project developers are. And with links to them, the lessees can work directly with them. They'll be talking about how this would work on their leased land. The carbon project developer may be doing some feasibility studies. What do the soils look like? What is the estimated carbon? They'll pick which methodology. There are different methodologies in the registries that they can work, and some may work better for larger leases, some for smaller. Each of the carbon project developers will have different methods of how they not just quantify the soil, but mostly measure it over time. If, for example, in grazing management, will they be using fence collars to track where the cattle go and estimate forage utilization? Will they be doing pasture map? Will they be using some other quantification tool? Those may vary between the different carbon project developers. And they'll be working together. Well, how would this really work? How does our current grazing plan fit into this? If not, how would we tweak it? What other new kinds of infrastructure might we need? That may all be happening before it comes to us. They could come to us earlier in the process, and ask for permission to enter into this and ask for us to approve a lease rider. But at that point, but it can't go to the fifth step without our approval, which is implementation of the project. And then once the project is implemented, the lessees start carrying out the practices. The carbon project developer then has to, quantify the soil carbon, start their monitoring and verification, and then finally, when those practices start, there's the beginning of some payments. Does that answer your question about where there are, where our role is in this and how the lessees and these carbon project the developers may be working together like already?
Right, and my question was just really on renewals, actually setting the
Oh, right, with the terms.
the terms. And I mean, can you envision where some entrepreneur would say, hey, I'm going to go bid on a 10,000 acre ranch and put one head of cattle just because he's going to make enough money on these carbon projects?
Right.
Do you think that's a possibility? Like,
I think it's a possibility. I don't think they'd ever do it with one cow.
well, I'm just saying that they're going to make enough money on, is it that generous a program or do we not know yet?
It could be that generous a program, absolutely. And we do think that over time, the values bid for grazing ranches will equalize based on the opportunities that might arise through grassland carbon. At the beginning, there's a lot of uncertainty. And there's a fair bit of knowledge that has to take place in terms of looking at seeing who's doing it, how's it working for them. Not all of this information is publicly shared.
But I guess that's my question, again, regarding leasing. So, on Chancellor, any ranch, doesn't matter. You're going to lease or rent or agree to or bid on, let's say $10 an AUM. Well, do they now bid $20 an AUM because they know they're going to get carbon money? How would they bid on something like that?
There's some risk involved. You want to?
Yeah, that's something we've got to work on, how do we formulate that and how do we all, if in fact that happens and there's a change, how do we break that out? That's something we've got to find a way.
Or don't
And
bid
it
on.
may have already happened.
Yeah.
Look at the bid that came in.
Maybe I'm naive, but won't that be determined by an outside source that it's not us? Who's going to determine what that offset
Well, but
pays?
if the lessee expects they're going to make $100,000 a year extra because of carbon,
Right.
will they be able to factor that into their bid?
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, that's going to
They
distort
may
the
have already begun
markets.
to do that. And over time, that the market will catch up with that. And if these opportunities prove out, it's still early, but if they do prove out, we may expect, I would expect that we'll see a rise in bid rates for grazing land if this is going to be a significant part of their
Correct.
consideration.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
And the same thing with cropland.
yeah, and the early adopters, the ones that, were the first 10 years that did the hard work to set up the carbon work, all this work with the soil, there's an opportunity they'll get outbid and they're the ones. There's just so much uncertainty and it'll. I know, I'm glad we're talking about this.
Yeah. And I'll talk about, again, still how we're going to address the 30-year issue.
I think that's the big thing. I guess we're going to do that on this, right?
No, the 30-year I'm going to talk about here.
Oh, you're going to talk about it?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
And it's coming up very quickly. Carbon project steps. This is kind of more from the lessee's perspective. What has to happen? The board and the qualified project developer can sign the MSA at any time. It's really the attachment of the lease riders that start the kind of the projects working. The lessee and the project developer work on a grazing plan. I've talked about this could be already happening here. But the project will really start when the board approves the PES lease rider, because that's the document that will change. Really what we're authorizing is, in addition to the revenue sharing, we're authorizing the use of these additional ecosystem services, the soil carbon, that they can temporarily pass during the period of this lease rider to the lessee, and they can be transferred. Right now, they can't do that without our permission. The lessee will sign the PES contract with the project developer. They will then register the project with the registry. The independent third party, there's an independent third party that is beyond the control effectively of the carbon project developer or the lessee that measures the baseline soil and starts this monitoring, reporting, and verification activities. And finally, they begin this practice. They begin implementing the soil practices. A little bit about payments. I haven't really talked about how this happens before. I just wanted to give a really brief overview. This will vary a little bit by different carbon project developers, but basically in year one, this is a 10-year program. Under our view of it right now, we're only looking at it in 10-year increments. But the process is repeated for the next 20 years. For year one, there's a payment based on measured carbon soil. For years 2 through 4, the lessee generally receives an annual payment, but that's based on estimated carbon sequestered. These payments could be diminished if the lessee is also, there's an opportunity. Most of the project developers have an opportunity for lessees if they need infrastructure to finance that through them and have the payments reduced through these initial payments. Year 5, there's a true up. They'll be measuring the carbon soil and if they've been overpaying, year 5 would be a very small payment. If they've been underpaying, year 5 would be a larger payment. In most cases, the carbon project developers don't claw back money at all from this. Like if everything's going well, they don't take money back. And then the same thing happens for the years 6 through 9. Again, payments based on estimated carbon. And then year 10 is another true up. These interim years, that estimated carbon renewal, they're doing flyovers, they're doing that annual monitoring is often based on flyovers or site visits. Also, if there's any changes on the ground that the lessee makes or us as the landowner, we'd have to notify them. And then, again, really quick, you've not really seen this before, but the monitoring, reporting, and verification is done by an independent third party. These costs are paid by the project developer. Years 1, 5, and 10 are generally involve actual soil sampling. Again, property monitoring is through remote sensing and imagery with some ground truthing. And importantly, these costs are removed from the sale of credits upfront. Unlike our other mitigation program, where we get a percentage of the gross revenue, the total gross revenue of this credit sold, we get 20%. In this case, marketing across the board really works with because of the risk and the cost involved with monitoring soil carbon and registering the project developers remove those costs and so the revenue of the carbon credits is then split, which is really a net profit and not a gross profit. That's split between the lessee and the state land. Some estimate that those costs are about 30% of the project. That's the only number that I've heard is about 30%. So we'd be splitting the remainder between us and the lessee. Any questions at this point? Because now I want to go into the 30 years issue.
Oh, is that, well, and another deduction is the pool for reversals.
Exactly.
Sort of a buffer pool, if you will. So maybe you're talking about that in the 30 years.
Yes, I will.
Okay.
Well, I'll talk about that probably in the third element. So the 30-year project plan. This there's a few that have a 40-year length, but generally the protocol that most are using right now calls for a 30-year term. Our lease, of course, is only 10 years, and we're not planning to change that. In those 30 years, there's 3 periods of 10 years each. The first initial 10-year period is called the crediting period. That's where we expect the carbon increase to occur the most. The biggest increase is going to be in those first 10 years. And the second set of the 2 second sets of the 10 years are called storage periods. If at year 10, they're showing that carbon continues to increase, there is the option to increase, just keep the project going and continue calling it a crediting period. But it's expected in general terms that the majority of the carbon would be sequestered in the first 10, and then there's the storage periods. And so that's where the 30, they don't want surface disturbance to occur in those last 20 years or like at any time during the 30 years. So how are we going to do this? And just really quick, the 2 types of reversals, if there's problems or that there's surface disturbance, those are called reversals. They can occur through avoidable reversals where the lessee either creates, tills over land or disturbs native prairie. These are those are the man-made ones that we can control. Those are considered avoidable. We didn't have to do them, but we did. They can either be minor or they can be significant. And then there's the other ones, which are the unavoidable reversals, and these are the acts of God. When these kinds of reversals happen, they are, money is put aside in the buffer pool to account for these unavoidable ones, but not for the avoidable ones. And I'll be talking a little bit more about this when we look at our lease rider for the Chuka Basin Ranch. So State Land Board supported the program. How are we really supporting the program if we're only looking at leases for a 10-year period and not a full 30-year period? Do we want to do that? The board, of course, has the opportunity to say, yes, we approve for the 30-year period. We do approve 30-year leases for certain projects, renewable energy, rights of way. There are times that we do this as a matter of course. Staff is not asking you to do that in this case. We are invested in the success of this program because of these three goals: increased stewardship outcomes, revenue for trust beneficiaries, and our support. We also don't have a long history of selling land. We still have significant amounts of agricultural land. We generally don't sell much land on a year-to-year basis. And so we have a decades-long history of continued use in agriculture. That doesn't mean that we can't do it, but we have our general history. The project developers we've worked with so far feel that state trust lands are a really good bet for grassland carbon projects. Second, we also say that lessees have to make their own decision about program involvement, given the fact that they're signing a 30-year payment for ecosystem services contract. They know that the board's leasing structure has 10 years and involves a competitive process, whether or not there's 118 rights involved or not. And they also have to make that decision based on their own ranch operation goals, structure, et cetera. It may not be a good fit for them. And so while we're supportive of the program, the staff is not recommending at this time that the board make a firm commitment to have these lease riders last 30 years. Any questions about this? I still have a little bit more to present here.
So based on that, Mindy, why would an investor with the predictability want to take this on?
The carbon project developer? Well, again, because of, I'm going to talk a little bit about it too, but the fact that we have so much land and the majority of that has stayed in agriculture for decades, they feel that, relatively speaking, we're a very good bet.
Okay.
We also have another significant fact, and I'll mention it briefly, but is the fact that our competitive bid score sheet attributes 40% of the rating to stewardship.
Okay.
And we really stand apart from many other, even state land boards doing that. So that those two factors together, they feel that that's a very good indicator that we'll continue to work with this program.
And I think maybe also to answer your question, the investors don't care if the lessee changes or not, as long as the program continues, as long as the goal is, still in front of them. So
but it would seem like it would be incumbent on us then to look at, should there be a second lessee, that this could continue. So how?
Yeah, I'll be talking about that.
Okay, all right.
So just how does the state land board mitigate its risk? The things that we could do to ensure project success is to include an assignment provision in the PES rider. We're going to allow that to happen. We're going to continue our competitive bid scoring process, which includes 40% of the score is attributed to stewardship practices. A third is to set a relatively high percentage of property subject to the de minimis provision. Right now, the standard provision in most of these carbon project developers within the MSA or with the lease riders is a 2%. The 2% of the land can change. In some cases, we'd like to give us more than that, up to 5%. In some cases, that would involve thousands of acres. I think for a large property that we're going to consider later this morning, it would be 4,000 to 5,000 acres. So that gives us a lot of flexibility on what can happen with the land without affecting, a quality control for the carbon project. We can commit to negotiating good faith with the lessee and the carbon project developer to mitigate impacts or if there are significant avoidable reversals. This means if there's a ranch that I often use the example, it's the next, in 20 years, it's the ideal location for the Colorado Spaceport. And unfortunately, it's still in the last 10 years of this carbon grassland program. This is not a permanent conservation easement. None of these programs are. What this does mean is that if there is an avoidable reversal of a significant size, there'd have to be repayment of the monies paid up to the amount that were paid. If there is a significant project like a spaceport, that project would have to come in some ways to part of that project cost would be repayment of that. How that would actually happen, right now, the lessee would be on the hook for that, but in the provision in the MSAs to negotiate in good faith between these three parties, how can we ensure that we would have that? What our guidance so far has been is just that to say that we will include provision to negotiate in good faith. We can't tie the hands of future land boards. What's the office that the controller's office won't let us commit future funds. So right now we have to kind of land here, but this is where we've kind of thread that needle. This is where we think we can be. And then last, we can really limit eligibility of which state trust lands will likely include in this. There's going to be properties we don't think that we can begin to make a 30-year commitment. Either they're located in the path of development, or for other reasons, there are other locations or geological features. These are ways that we can take to kind of ensure project success in the long term without actually entering into a 30-year lease. And then finally, I just wanted to go through some of these criteria. And these are just recommended. These should be later coming to you in a month or two within our policy. But again, properties outside the path of development might be eligible and not currently contemplated through a planning lease for either renewable energy or some other use. They'd be at least 300 acres of rangeland. The lease may include maybe up to 95%. That may vary by different types of properties. The lessee is in good standing with the board and not in a lease violation. And the lessee has a strong interest and demonstrates outstanding commitment to the decades-long life cycle of regenerative grazing. And they have experience with them. So that kind of ends my presentation addressing this 30-year commitment and how we are trying to navigate that with this program. Any questions? Any further questions?
I have a lot. I can't recall in the program protocols for grassland carbon, or do they specify, don't they specify a certain set of practices under the standard that's being applied for a project?
Yes.
So to that extent, whatever the combination is, certainly a grazing plan, regenerative grazing, then that sets up a set of practices. Should the lessee change over, then isn't there that commitment to continue to manage in a similar fashion that a different lessee would have to consider?
As I understand it, the practices would be the most important in the first 10 years. After that, you're in the storage period. So the carbon has already been sequestered. If you continue those practices, there could be another crediting period, but it just has to stay in agriculture. It doesn't.
So those practices don't have to be.
Not necessarily. Oh. We could still, in our ranking criteria, rate some people higher if they continue those practices. That would be a selection criteria for which lessee to choose. Somebody's just committed to do it or not, but it doesn't.
I see. Okay, that's an important thing.
That said, I will admit that, Quinn's presentation this morning talked about the durability of soil carbon. It could diminish some. I mean, if you brought in someone who didn't graze it at all or graze it
overgrazed it, right?
It could be a risk.
Right. So that's a liability that the original project sponsor and sponsoree, the rancher, they have that liability that then they have control over because someone else isn't. So that separation, right, of responsibility is sort of something to get our heads around.
I think should that occur, I think we should require that those practices continue. And I mean, for many reasons.
Well, and there are also good practices. We're
Exactly.
all aligned around what that is.
Yeah,
The second thing is it putting aside the largest ranches for a minute, 118 rights generally would help ensure that in most cases, as our practices show now, that the lessee would stay in place. Match bids, right?
If there's 118 on.
Yeah.
Like if they're doing this as well.
Yeah. Oh, if they're doing this, they're a regular 10-year ag lessee and then.
I think the 118 rights is just based on revenue, just a financial match. I don't know if it brings in.
Right, but what I'm saying is that that's generally what has kept ranchers who want to be on, stay in our lease.
it would help to allow them to continue
Yeah,
the lease, yes.
It is a mitigation factor for
Yeah.
transitioning ranchers.
And also the fact, the majority of the revenue looks like it will come through the first 10 years of the lease. So I think, the payouts. And so I think it's more likely that we'll see competitive bids in order for people to keep on the front end, in order for people to initiate these
Yeah,
programs.
that's.
Rather
The
than.
storage period is some revenue floating,
Nominal, I think.
but just maintaining status quo, which
Mhm.
is still being measured, reported, and verified, right?
And the state land board will receive copies of those reports. We won't have direct information. One of the questions that's come up is, will the state land board, because we're subject to CORA, will people be able to see the revenue paid to the grazing lessee? We will not have that indirect information directly. We'll know what we receive. That, it's simple math to some degree to back into what the lessee has received, but we're not expecting, I don't really want to have that information of what the lessee received. But because we're subject to CORA and we have revenue, even revenue per leases, that information might be available.
And it is, since again, this project is not only a line of revenue, but it also so completely aligns with our stewardship responsibility and values. We could decide, you're not asking for a new policy, but with every lease that comes up, whether it's a Chico or something else, we could decide that it's in everyone's best interest to, in this case, either give an additional right to renew that's stronger than usual.
Yeah,
or
I was thinking that very
we
thing.
could do a 20-year, so it's the right to renew is automatic under these situations. So in other words, we can be creative on the lease term because we're now embarking in a new program and the lessee is undertaking practices that benefit them, but also really benefit us in long-term value of property. Right?
Yeah, I like what you're thinking there.
I think. Yeah, just this last slide, I think this is the last one before the end of this presentation. Is just kind of looking ahead where we are at this. We're kind of in this beginning of phase 2. The phase 1 was we're developing the carbon program documents. We're not complete with that, but we wanted to come today. We're at a point where we're pretty settled on how this program would operate, and hopefully getting close to the completion of those other documents. The board today approving kind of the framework. We're actually not approving it, just hearing about it and getting feedback on the framework. But taking action on the first 2 carbon project developers and the first lease writer. And then kind of the program more maturing. As we finish those documents, then we can really move into what I call program expansion later this summer, which is getting our website up, reaching out to our lessees, letting them know these practices are available, and have revenue sharing begin in the next 18 months to 5 years.
Maybe go back to one of the first questions I asked about, the type of lessees or who would come in. I mean, could a project developer be the lessee?
Actually, they could. We actually have one carbon project developer who very much wants to be a lessee. And they're not.
They would be an ag lessee.
They would be an ag lessee and they want to take this on.
Yeah,
They're
because
kind of a unique project developer, but there is.
But yeah, everything we're talking, sequestration and this and that, it's, how do we get to that point absent, tons of rain, every,
Right.
it's less AUMs, it's,
Yeah.
it's a lot of, all these things we've been talking about.
And there is an opportunity for the board to become a carbon project developer. The staff isn't recommending that. It's complicated. We don't usually get involved. We don't have the staff involvement and expertise.
Sure.
It is a way to capture more of that revenue stream, but, and it's, other consultants have recommended that. I don't think it fits with how we normally do business and.
Right, but they wouldn't be forbidden. I mean, I guess that's our choice. If they wanted to, they made the bid. If you have an ag lease.
Like the Nature Conservancy, right?
Sure.
Was the lessee of a number of ranches, and at the leasing process, everybody knew that they were going to sublease it to the actual operator.
And that may not happen in this case. There could be.
This could.
Or
I'm not
not,
TC,
yeah.
but I'm
Right, no, I'm
just
saying,
saying,
but they could just let it ride for 30 years.
But I think, just to your point, I don't think in general this would be, or in most cases, this would be less AUMs. I think it will be more regenerative grazing management, just a higher level of management, the rest rotation, which will allow that root growth, which, and the bio.
Agreed,
yeah.
but my point is, if a project developer is the lessee, they're not gonna have
sorry.
any cattle out there.
Well, I
I think unless they sublease.
I think,
somebody.
yeah, I think,
They have to meet the requirements of the
Yeah.
protocol that was established, this
Yeah.
grassland carbon protocol.
But
I think they would have to have to,
something.
I would, well, I'll just make the statement. I think we should require them to have livestock if we were to consider that, honestly. I don't think we'd get the regenerative
Yeah, I don't
management
think so either.
Yeah.
that would be necessary if we didn't, yeah.
That's just the way my crazy mind works sometimes. Very suspicious of these.
I just wanted, before I leave this program, I think this is the last slide. This is questions. Yes, just to address your question about EQIP and how is it competing with this kind of program? I don't see them competing at all. So EQIP.
Or CRP, it would be.
With CRP, that is a payment, a cash payment to do a certain practice. There's no carbon measurement. There's no payment through the carbon market. That's completely dependent on federal funding through the Farm Bill or whatever, or other kind of programs. This is really engaging with private equity, through the voluntary carbon market. It's a completely different chain of how someone's funded. It does come with that longer commitment period. But the opportunities, the revenue projections you'll see in my third presentation with our first PES rider that we're looking to approve for Flying Diamond. We've used a very minimal, value of carbon per metric ton, $6. The current market is running 20 to 25 to 30 right now. So there is potential for significant revenue.
I think,
But to your point, like, lessee has a choice.
Yeah.
I think they can either put it in CRP for whatever reasons they would have, or to do this, or to do nothing. I mean, to just do the regular operation.
And in fact, you may remember, we came 2 years ago, William and I came with the headquarters ranch up outside
Right.
of Sterling. He wanted to work with a different carbon project developer. That person doesn't meet our criteria at all. He ended up backing out of that because we couldn't come to an agreement. He chose to enter a CRP lease for 10 years. He's not going to be able to do grassland carbon with us for that period. So he did take that opportunity. I buried his name.
but at the same time, just as the CRP, we are sharing those revenues as well with.
Correct. Oh, yes.
So
Yeah.
it is a choice that our lessees would need to make, which way do they want to go? They can't do both.
I'm finished with this presentation. What's that? Yeah, not finished with the topic. My intention that these are shorter, but again, they have more in-depth questions on it is. I do want to also let you know that Dominic Sutton-Vermeulen from Millpont is on. I think he's registered as a speaker. He's also available to answer questions. Do you have any?
So I'm interested. Do we know if this is happening with other land boards or with other projects elsewhere? We can have a little history.
I don't know of any other state land boards that are doing this. We'll be talking about it this summer when we host the NASTL conference for other state trust land like organizations. There aren't that many It's a new project. It's new. That said, the 2 carbon project developers that staff is recommending that you approve today have worked in other states, have worked on, I don't have the acreage numbers for Kateri, but Grassroots Carbon has worked over, I think, 1.3 million acres, a lot of it in the West. So they do have, they've begun to work on it. So
Yeah,
this
it'd be
isn't
interesting to
brand-
hear from them.
I know that there was actually a forestry company, Plum Creek, which did a lot of credits around managed forests for carbon reduction.
Mhm.
They bought a ranch outside of Pueblo and they ran a grasslands carbon program for credits. Wow, it's quite a while ago. I'm not even sure if it was under the existing protocols or one of the original grassland soil carbon protocols, but I know there's at least one, and I think there might be one on the west slope.
Yeah, and again, I'll talk about that with the third one, but yeah, there are existing grassland carbon projects here in Colorado. So here I'll be talking about the first 2 carbon project developers that I'm asking you to take a board action on today. A little lag here. Oh, thank you. I've hit it 3 times, so I might need to go back. Oh, good to go now. So the overall objective here is really working with, like, identifying vetted companies for our lessees and giving our lessees options. Again, you've seen this. I just highlighted the carbon project developers. That's what this board presentation is about today. And how do we identify those? Oops. Sorry for that mistitle. So working with Millpont, they screened interested carbon project developers. They sent out a year ago notices to some 20 different carbon project developers, letting them know the state land board was engaged in this process and to identify who it would like to work with. It evaluated and scored these carbon project developers against 9 criteria. That document, the scoring rubric and the criteria are listed as Exhibit 1 in your board packet. And the next step for people that are interested, they have them submit their form, what we call a form contract for state land board to review. And we've invited to review and comment. They were also invited to review and comment on the MSA as it existed last fall and summer. And the state land board added a few additional criteria that we've been interviewing the carbon project developers with anyone that has a Millpont score of over 80 and meeting with them and kind of interviewing them, asking how their programs work a little bit differently and recommending board approval. So this is kind of the general process. We've identified, I think we have completed scores on about 10 or 12 at this point. We have the contract forms from about 7. And so out of those first 2, these are the 2 that have had the most experience in Colorado. Some of our lessees are already working with these 2 carbon project developers, both Kateri and Grassroots Carbon that we'll be looking at today. I did want to just say, before I move on from this slide, staff is really relying on the Millpont scoring criteria and rubric as the main criteria for us to pick these. I will just go out and say that our added criteria, some of them are almost just legal requirements, but that scoring criteria, there's a total possible score, I think, of 36. A third of that is really just based on the quality of the soil, of the carbon credit. That's one of the most important things, that we have integrity, our involvement with the program, really high integrity. And so we're pleased that Millpont score really focus on that integrity. Any questions about this or any questions? Actually, the next slide does list these different factors. Oh, I don't know why those are coming on separately. So these are the different factors. I think there's one more. Yeah, there is. Again, the carbon credit quality, that's the one. You can see different elements of that. Those are all scored individually, but that carbon credit actually has a total score of possible 12. And so this is it's the outcome of this that really gives us the most assurance that we're picking the best carbon project developers. Are there any questions? I don't want to go into all of those different details, but any questions perhaps about this that Dominic is available to answer? Hearing none, I'll just keep moving forward. So the staff recommended criteria is, we've kind of broken them down into required, a score of 80 or higher. They have to have provided copies of their contract forms for us to review. They're registered and in good standing with the state of Colorado. And of course, they need to be willing to work with and sign our state, our master services agreement. And then preferred, we'd like them to also have experience already working with the state land board. That's often, if we're approving them for the first time, they're actually not going to have that. Experience working with projects involving leased land, working with agricultural producers in the state of Colorado or in other Western states, and experience working with government. Most of them, some of them have this experience. In fact, both of the ones that we're looking at today both have all of these criteria, except for number 5 is, previously working with us.
Mindy, at some point in the future, would you just want a board approval for anybody that meets those criteria to be approved instead of bringing these every?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Like until we have the leasing policy for you.
No, that's great. I love it. It's
Yes.
going to be the same thing. Yeah.
This is just kind of those same criteria, just showing how Kateri meets them. Again, they both have scores. Grassroots and Kateri both have 92. This is a 92%. And they have not worked with us previously in the past, but both of them have worked with our lessees. Even though when I say our lessees, they've worked with the lessees on their private fee-owned land. They haven't had the ability to have our land included in that.
Okay.
And actually in one case, our land is a donut hole in the middle of all this other carbon project development land. And they left ours out because they didn't have the authority to do it. We can now go back in.
Yeah, okay. Interesting.
And so I just have a slide for each of these 2 project developers that they basically provided. This is Kateri's information. Can you tell me, like Alec, if Ben Barris is registered as a speaker? No, okay, so anyway, this is just some of their information, and the following is for Grassroots Carbon. Go again, okay. Then this is the information they provided. So they've been working, they paid out $10.3 million so far to their projects. They've been working on projects since, I think, 2021 and have 1.25 million acres under contract, and they're working in those 19 states that are identified there. And that is all that I have for this presentation. Oh, all right, sorry.
Yeah.
I have a recommendation. Too.
Yes. We moved in there.
Yes. So here, these 5 the staff is recommending 5 actions that the board did today. So staff recommends that the Colorado State Board of Land Commissioners approve Kateri Environmental Corporation and Grassroots Carbon Public Benefit LLC as state land board qualified project developers subject to an execution MSA and PES rider. Recommendation is based on the current criteria presented today in the cover sheet, the presentation, that agreement to enable the carbon project in consultation with the State Attorney General's office, and staff will seek approval for the use of these contracts on a project-specific basis, unless and until the board delegates such authority to staff and policy. And finally, this is the board order. This is copied from your board packet. You want me to read this? It's as long as it is because we don't have every detail in the MSA at this point, and our attorney crafted this to give us.
No wonder.
Yes. Actually, it was Aaron.
But it's nice to see something done well.
It doesn't just say yes. Right?
So Mindy, are these separate board orders? I mean, it looks like the first one is this.
It's just the two project developers.
Right, so are we just addressing this one
Yes.
right now? Okay, I'm prepared to do a motion.
Public comment.
I can't remember, do we do public comment before we do the motion? I think we do.
Discussion.
Yeah, that's normally how we do, right?
And then public comment.
Commissioner Heath?
Madam Chair, I move the adoption of the board order on qualified carbon project.
To public
Oh,
comment.
No, I thought we should after the motion.
We can have some conversation and then we can have public comment and then.
Oh,
Okay,
Alec, would you please see if there's any public comment?
Yes, anybody joining us online that would like to make a comment on this agenda item, please use the raise hand function on Zoom and I will move you over from the attendees list to a panelist so you're able to speak.
or
Or anybody in the audience here that would like to make any public comment, please raise your hand. Use your raise hand function. Commissioner Fro, I'm not seeing any hands raised on Zoom or in the audience.
Okay. Commissioner Heath?
Madam Chair, I move the adoption of the board order regarding qualified carbon project developers as contained in the board packet for this date.
Thank you very much. You have a second.
Second.
All right, all in favor? Commissioner Stanley? Aye. Commissioner Chavez?
Yes.
Commissioner Heath?
Aye.
The chair votes yes. 4-0, motion carries. Thank you, Mindy.
thank you, commissioners.
You know, you're not gonna go far.
Commissioners, thanks for the discussion on that. I mean, it's, you know, it's an example of where we knew what we didn't know, I think. We went and found a great partner to help us understand that. and be
Real.
confident.
Very well.
Great credit to you for that. Nice work.
Very well.
Thank you.
I would like to know, I always forgot public comment.
So, yeah, now I was thinking Robert's Rules of Orders, usually you have a motion.
Mhm.
And
It's
a
discussion.
You do it a little different.
Then you do.
And then
Yeah.
people react to it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay, so commissioners, Mindy Gottsegen still and William Wilson. So this last presentation is about a board approval, staff recommendation for board approval of the first ecosystem services rider. This involves the Flying Diamond Ranch, lease AG 116132. And, I don't have a flashing bang, I forgot that. Anyway, the Flying Diamond lease is located in South Central District. It's part of that large ranch aggregation. It's also they lease the entirety of Chico Basin Ranch, which totals 86,000 acres and 891, sorry. Okay, the ranch is outlined in yellow. It's again leased by Flying Diamond, and it is surrounded, probably, I wish I knew this number, but I'd say at least 50% by state trust lands on the northeast, northwest, and the east. Some of that land, especially on the east and to the south, with the U.S. Department of Transportation test track facility and the Pueblo Ordnance or Chemical Institute to the southeast. It's one of our our largest leases, and it is 45% has been designated into the Stewardship Trust. It was one of the very first ranches designated as such, and really its only limitation in terms of not being entirely included in the Stewardship Trust is that it would probably take up at least 1/6 or more of the Stewardship Trust by itself. Those black lines show the road transportation network through the ranch, and there are two private buildings. The existing leases on the 86,000 acre ranch include both the new grazing lease with Flying Diamond was awarded a year or so ago through a very competitive leasing process. recreation lease with KB Outfitters. And significantly also, a carbon underground storage, carbon CCUS underground storage, carbon sequestration lease with Carbon America. That is a 2-year planning lease and will expire, it's due to expire in August of 2026. I believe they're, well, I'd have to defer to Ben Teschner if they're going to plan to continue.
No news.
You've no news. Okay. The lease also has 15 rights of way that cross various parts of the property. And there are some solar planning leases. I'll be talking about them very shortly. The proposed lease coming to you before you is this rider. I've said it's an ag rider. It's also really an ecosystem services lease. The value of that is state land board percentage conservatively will be $1.50 per acre. It could generate as much as 122,000 additional dollars in revenue each year. Again, that's a conservative value. We're hoping it would be more than that. And if approved today, this would be the first grassland carbon payment for ecosystem services rider. We're recommended for approval under our new biological carbon program. Just some of the lease highlights. Staff is recommending that the revenue share, the state land board would receive 25% of net profits. That estimated revenue for us would be $122,656 a year. 10-year value about $1.23 million. A 10-year lease rider with a 6-month, about a 6-month lease extension. This is something staff is still working on how we'll handle this on a case-by-case basis or on a kind of an across-the-board basis. But for this particular lease, especially since it's so close to the beginning of the lease, we're recommending that the board approve a lease extension so that the lease expiration would be concurrent with the expiration of the first 10-year cycle of the grassland carbon program. We're discussing internally how we'll handle that with leases that are further out from their lease beginning, but we do know that, well, we're expecting that there'll be interest. We won't be able to always grant that lease extension the further out they are from the lease beginning, but this one was kind of an easy choice to just extend it for this additional 6 months. And I say about 6 months, it really depends on when we're when we're ready to sign that payment for ecosystem services lease rider. The rider acreage would be up to about 81,000 or almost 82,000 acres. We're not planning to include the entire Chico Basin Ranch, and I'll explain why. And also, we're excited about the additional regenerative grazing and enhanced stewardship outcomes. I know this property has already been managed according to some of those principles, but we're still expecting that we'll see some boost in grassland carbon through these additional practices. Some of the lessee revenue and risks I'm going to cover here on this slide. So the lessee revenue share would be 75% of these net profits. I know that this is high, but we feel with this first lease, we wanted to make sure that there was some attraction of it, an enhancement of going into the program, and they're taking certain risks, being some of the first. So we felt that 25% for the state land board was an adequate share. Their estimated 10-year revenue could be as much as $4.5 million. Given that, they'll be taking on some risks, and there are significant management and reporting requirements that come along with participating in the program. Depending on which carbon project developers they use, those costs may vary. They're also taking on a commitment for this 30-year project term. Again, some risk, hoping that they'll get the lease again, or that whoever is the future lessee, that this project could be assigned, but also being a little bit on the hook if there's significant avoidable reversals. They may face also significant infrastructure costs. Currently, the state land board owns all the ranch infrastructure on the property. They may need to cover additional infrastructure to accomplish this program. I'm not sure how much that will be. And actually, the next couple of slides will show you how much infrastructure already exists on that property. And then finally, it's possible the grazing practices may fail to achieve predicted outcomes. There'll be unavoidable setbacks in terms of extreme weather. So it's possible that this project may not work out for them or work out for us as well.
I mean, if you leave it, go back to that.
Sure.
On the infrastructure that they would have to spend, we just make notes and that 10 years from now, if they lose the lease, they don't get reimbursed for that.
That's, the board could decide that.
Yeah, I mean, in general.
Oh,
that's
right,
our-
right, right, right.
Yeah,
Yeah, like if they put additional, well,
yeah,
in
if
the
they're getting
case,
they're getting covered on it.
yeah,
Just for
it's,
5 million.
some of the new infrastructure may be temporary infrastructure. They may not need to, and in cases where there's been temporary infrastructure that can be picked up and moved away, state landlord tends not to. pay for
Correct,
that.
I understand that part, yeah.
And I have a comment additionally. If we were to approve this, I would request that we put some language in that this is a provisional fee determination, because I think down the road, anybody's gonna go, well, we used to get 75%. And I think we need to put in here, this is conditional based on, this is exploratory or not exploratory, but a beginning. Otherwise, I think there will be a reliance that this is always what they're gonna get, 75%.
And it is up to you to change that too. So, I mean, if you feel that's too low to direct to staff, you can.
Well, I don't know now, but I mean, I maybe we review it or we ask legal to put something in there just to
Okay.
indicate to folks that this is to be reexamined.
This is almost a pilot project for us.
Yeah.
Really.
And I mean, I will say that it's our largest ranch. We're going into this project with our largest ranch.
Kind of all in.
Yeah. And in the cover sheet, I do address, and I think it's in the first one of the carbon program the biological carbon framework. There's several paragraphs in there that identify areas for the staff to further look at, which we plan to do in the next couple of months before coming back to you with a policy, to really look at some of these ways to stratify. Maybe this percentage would be different given these factors. So I'll talk a little bit about that too.
I have a question sort of related to all of these potential concerns, both for us and for them. Because I also think we don't want to be unfair to them. If this becomes wildly expensive or some such thing. I mean, do we ever have the ability to amend a lease midway through or at some point? I mean, truly, from my perspective, this is a pilot. We haven't done this. They're sort of a guinea pig for us to some real degree. And I just don't want that to be unfair on either end. We're making some good assumptions, I feel, with both what we just approved and where we're going. But in reality, we're kind of going a little blind here.
Right. So we can amend a lease, but we have to have both parties have to agree to it. So I will say that we're going in for the first 10 years. We haven't set what that percentage might be in the second sets of 10 years, because we haven't entered it, but we would have a new lease writer for those.
Sure.
For those second sets.
I wouldn't do it unless something really very, very dramatic happened, not a tweak, but something quite significant where everyone came to the table and said, wow, this really is not working out in any way we envisioned. I just want to note that as a consideration.
Maybe we put in some kind of opportunity for a review midpoint.
Well, that would be fair, I think, midway through or what, I'm sure we will kind of as best practice anyway. But.
Go ahead.
If I could, this is William Woolston. I think one of the advantages to this in my mind is that these people are this lessee is going into it with their eyes wide open. Right. They've implemented these, they're about 2 years in on theirs. On other properties, they also have a relative who's 3 years in. So they've got some background and some knowledge of.
Perhaps then.
Yes, yeah, which I think is honestly, to our advantage on this to some degree. And also because they understand what they're getting into as well as anybody can in a new state. So, but it may not work. I think in general, that's true.
So, Again, the infrastructure that already exists on the Chico Basin Ranch. You've probably seen all this in the last 2 years with the different RFPs and the bids that are made, but a significant number of pastures, I'll give you that number in a minute, and significant water infrastructure as well. This all adds up to 51 pastures, 15 different livestock wells, 3 irrigation wells. There is some irrigated land on there. Altogether, 104 livestock tanks, 43 miles of pipeline, 5 reservoirs, and 3 barns and 4 sets of corrals. So they already have much of the structure of the infrastructure that they need to implement this program. They're not certain what more they may need, but they're not coming to us now. Please approve this lease rider, and we're going to need a big chunk of more infrastructure.
Forgot the partridge in a pear tree.
I know there's quail up there. That said, I said that we're not recommending the entire lease for inclusion in this project. There are actually 8 sections that are currently under solar planning leases. That totals, do I have the number on here? It's 5,120 acres. Those are just solar planning leases. They may not come through. They may not be successful. The board would have the option upon the expiration of those to whether release them for solar use or another use, or we could add them into a carbon project under a separate contract. Any questions on that? So I've talked about this area removed from the project. Staff is recommending that up to 5% of this ranch could be removed from obligation of the PES contract without penalty due to avoidable reversals. There's existing development and infrastructure. Again, I mentioned the infrastructure. There's also 5 houses, 5 reservoirs, roads and rights of way, corrals. All of that very conservatively, staff estimated between 1,500 to 2,000 acres. In addition, there could be potential new development. There's some flexibility for future non-agricultural use with expansion to corrals or home sites, potential new rights of way, the CCUS, the underground storage carbon project. If that goes in, single well pad site, that's equivalent generally to an oil and gas well pad site, 30 acres, that's really insignificant. That there would, however, be associated pipelines with that, some new roads. All of that, staff feels that a 5% of 771 acres would give you about 4,000 acres. So that gives us a lot of comfort. We could have still some uses on a property that size. Any questions about this? It would reduce our revenue and reduce the potential revenue to the Flying Diamond Ranch, but it would give us a lot of flexibility and more comfort that we'd be able to have this commit to non-surface development of most of the property subject to the grassland carbon lease. And so staff recommendation, another long one here. This also, is this in your cover sheet as written?
No, I don't think so.
Maybe I just have one question.
Sure.
Or it's actually on the recommendation also. But when you mentioned that they're 2 years into another project, why don't we know their name of the qualified project developer?
Oh, we do.
What's not on here?
Well, because they haven't chosen which one they're going to work on with this.
Oh,
this
but it's one
property.
or the other. It's
Yes,
either.
yes, it's going to be one of these two.
Okay.
So we don't require that they tell us right now.
Well,
They,
they know they have 2 choices anyways, yeah.
well,
Right.
they
Or I
have
guess
2
they can
choices,
bring
that's
another one, yeah.
Right. I'll just say in the past, they've worked with grassroots in the past.
Okay.
With grassroots.
It doesn't look like this is the same.
I think I may have organized this a little differently, but this is just a recommendation. So I will just say that
Okay.
staff recommends that the board approve the payment for ecosystem services lease rider 116132. This allows the leasing of certain rights to benefits arising from carbon sequestration to Flying Diamond Ranch, and that Flying Diamond Ranch enter into a payment ecosystem services contract for a voluntary grassland carbon project with a board approved qualified project developer on up to 81,770 acres of state. They've also authorized approval of master service agreement with the qualified project developer selected by Flying Diamond Ranch. It would approve the extension of a grazing lease with AG 116132 with Flying Diamond to a date concurrent with the end date of the 10-year grassland carbon project. Would authorize a 25% state land board revenue share. I double put 25% of 25%. It's only 125% percentage of the gross profit of the carbon credit payments by the qualified project developer to Flying Diamond, and authorization for staff to complete the master services agreement with board approved qualified project developers and the grassland carbon PES rider in consultation with the state attorney general's office. And then finally, the board, or this should be identical to the packet.
It's super easy to read in that. Commissioners, I have been sitting here thinking about something I'd like us to consider relative to the board order, and one is, from our perspective, this is a pilot. So we really don't even have a rider yet. I mean, it's to be formed. We've laid out most of it, but still, it's sort of a pilot. And to that end, what occurs to me is whether we exercise it or not, I'd love to, one, maybe put in here something about a pilot in the board order unless it screws things up. And two, more importantly, reserving the right for the, and I don't know how to word this, Ed, but reserving the right for the board to consider inserting a right of first refusal or a contingent extension based on something. In other words, building in now in this pilot phase where we have flexibility, the concept of extending the lease, or making a provision for a lease extension.
With Flying J.
Yes, based on condition, on the practices.
You mean a lease extension for
Yes.
the whole ag lease?
Yeah, the whole ag lease, that I'm not saying we're giving an extension now, I'm saying we're reserving the right for ourselves, or we may include stating today in the experimental phase of this particular rider that the board may consider making a lease extension available based on conditions, the continuation of the sustainable grazing conditions. Because
And the fulfillment of the carbon.
yeah, and the fulfillment, for the purpose of the fulfillment of the carbon, in these arid environments, 10 years, maybe there's enough carbon, maybe there isn't. It takes so long to form. I don't know. It may be a bad idea, but it occurs to me right now, this is in the formation phase and it's flexible. And I wonder if we should be on the record with some kind of ability to ensure continuity under this project with a lease extension.
Are you suggesting that that's just part of our overall, like we've been talking the last hour on, if these are 30-year leases, give them renewals on any
There's
lease?
a consideration of a contingent renewal, that there's something here that helps. If the project's going really well with a lessee who's delivering the stewardship that we are really wanting, that there's a mechanism for the project to continue and not to worry about disruption of the project.
My thought on that is that it's an interesting concept. It's a big step to talk about how we might do a lease extension. I think it's worth studying. I personally would not want to insert that today, but I'm not opposed to it, but I think it bears
Not
a
opposed
little
to the
further.
concept, but it feels premature to.
It does, because, every lessee would like to have some criteria for a lease extension right now.
This kind of complicated arrangement for mutual benefit. Yes.
Yeah.
But that's what we've been talking about, is for hopefully all of our lessees to go into these programs.
Sure. I mean, we
that's-
want incentives and,
Yeah.
it may come back on that score sheet and all those things. I think it needs to be developed a little more than just inserting it today, but I'm not opposed to
And
it.
and I'm always in favor, believe me, I'm always in favor of continuity for these families that, you know, lease our land in 10 years in my, again, I've always been clear about that. But I fear the disruption in pricing and, you know, bigger operators, maybe well-heeled or, you know, have deeper pockets can come in and just disrupt everything in the whole state for us with these kind of things. I mean, Flying J bid a spectacular rate, a great rate for us. Not say spectacular, but a great rate for this ranch. But if we sign on this, that their overall rate just drops. I know they have costs, but it's basically less than half. You know, they're over their AUM rate. I mean, that's it. This whole thing is, again, it's a pilot. I love it. It's great. But I'm looking at the rest of the state and how, I mean, I think, again, like I said, I'm in favor of continuity for these families. I just don't, I've never felt 10 years were enough. So I agree with it, but I don't know if we're ready to do that today, is the bottom line.
I think we should consider, if we really are bought into this kind of thing, how we incentivize that, maybe through a scoring mechanism.
Right.
You get extra points, you know, those kinds of things.
Yeah, that's a
So
great
they get a big boost when it comes to that
Yeah.
renewal.
I like
And
that a lot.
I
Yeah.
think that might be the way to do it because we want to see it.
Yeah.
And I agree with you, but the world is changing.
Yeah. Oh,
And
yeah.
there's gonna be different drivers to how these ranches are managed and marketed. And if this is the direction we want to go, then let's give them an incentive to do it that is recognized through our bidding process.
Underneath community ranking, you have.
Yeah.
And Philip, I mean, the families certainly benefit from continuity too, but I'm looking at it selfishly from our perspective.
Well, it's sort
You
of
know, keeping the
stewardship.
same
like,
practices going that are.
This would be a stewardship plus, you know what I mean? So I think we should
Yeah, plus,
consider
plus.
those things.
Okay.
But I like the rank added that to the review sheet.
But in fairness, I think, you know, if every applicant would know it at the beginning, it's a little harder on this right now, since we've already
Yeah.
made this.
So we're dipping our toe in and let's see where it goes and let's consider this as a possibility.
I totally would support
Yeah.
that, and I think it,
I would, okay, absolutely. Because it's a big undertaking from a lessee perspective as well.
It is.
And there's risk associated with doing it. And if we really want to make that real, then we're all kind of holding hands and going in together.
I just wanted to add, I've neglected to point out to the board that Jen Livesey from Flying Diamond Ranch is here. If you wanted to say anything,
Jen, are you super excited about taking it? Faith?
I'm vacillating between excited and terrified. I was literally just going to text my family, like, a lot is riding on, like, the state land board expects very good things. Like, we've got to be very serious on this. You know, yet we currently have a very fresh, we're coming up on 18 months with Grassroots Carbon, and we just signed a deal with Qatari a month ago. Sister-in-law was asking me for the date we signed it. So we currently have live deals with both of these project managers. And you know, are excited that those are the two. Yes.
Could you come up so you're closer to the?
All right.
microphone?
Yes, this is really complicated.
There's one right by Commissioner.
Okay.
Thank you. Could you repeat your names?
Yes.
welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Jen Livesey. I'm with the Flying Diamond. And just to give a little context, we're very excited about this and the weight of that. This is an experiment for the State Land Board. This is a pilot. And yes, we currently have live contracts with both of the project managers that you are considering / approved. We approved them. Okay. You know, we don't have long relationships with them. So, you know, we are entering this, as I think someone said, with eyes wide open, or as wide open as anybody can have them. You know, this is kind of a new concept in the world. It's a new concept in the ranching world. You know, we are we have confidence in our management abilities and, specifically for you guys in our plans for Chico, we know what we think we have to do to make this work. And the risk is, all the assumptions around carbon are wrong and it doesn't work at all and nobody gets any money. And, I think we feel in that case, like, we still think there are correct things that we need to do from a management perspective. And, it's kind of, we're participating in an experiment we think is worth participating in. The world will know more about what does good grazing management do to land and do to carbon. And so, we are positive, or we are excited and have a positive attitude about it. Are there any other questions or things that I can address?
Not for me. Yeah, thanks for coming.
Yeah.
Well, like I say, this is, we understand it's a big decision for you guys. It's a big decision for us. So we wanted to just show our support and be available.
Thank you.
And I would say that we'll learn from you. And one of my thoughts about having us consider this at a later date is to really have a chance to review what risks and opportunities are there as we move along, and then decide in a much broader way whether this function might be something we want to undertake for all of our work.
And I will say, one thing we've discussed as a family and with various state land board members is, we have the full expectation that this is a partnership. They're going to be collecting a lot of data out there. We're going to be doing a lot of management, a lot of record keeping and talking about that management. And we want and expect the state land board to be at the table during that entire process, because at the end of the day, it's your land that we're doing this to, and you need to know what is going on and how this is impacting things. So. All right. Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any more discussion amongst commissioners, or should we ask?
Absolutely. Anybody listening online or in the audience, online, if you would use the raise hand feature on Zoom, if you would like to make a public comment on this agenda item, same goes for anybody in the audience. If you would raise your hand. And, not seeing any hands raised, Commissioner Code.
Much. Right, we have a motion.
This Commissioner Chavez, I move we approve the ecosystem services rider on lease 116132 as described in the board package.
Thank you for that. Second, Commissioner Scanlon. Commissioner Heath?
Aye.
Commissioner Chavez?
Yes.
Aye. And Chair votes yes. Thank you, Mindy.
But just so we don't let go of this, I think we've all expressed interest in looking at this bigger picture on it.
Right.
Be interested in
I
getting.
think it's even bigger than the carbon, so.
Oh, for sure.
TBD with lease, the lease ratings, that's
Absolutely.
setting in terms.
You bet.
and Scoring and all that.
Mhm.
Time to follow up on it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner Crowe, we are pretty much right on time. And lunch is available. Did we want to try to do a working lunch? Do you want to break? Is there anything we want to do about that?
Working lunch is good with me.
What if we just power through?
Yeah, I think keep powering through.
If there's a little bit of avoiding rush hour.
Great, let's power through, so we're still online. We're still on.
Lunches are nearby.
We're gonna go grab them.
And they're gonna.
So we can keep motoring forward. Right?
Yep.
And.
Well, the
I
next
just realized I
is
love my
45 minutes.
Should we take like 5?
Yeah. 5 minutes.
Yes.
Mics and video. And on the agenda, all right.
Hang on one second, Ron.
Oh, okay.
It's your turn.
All right, thank you.
Hey, Mariah, if you use the arrows on the keyboard, that seems to work.
I
need to be back in Canada.
Afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Renee Parker, South Central District Manager. I'm here with you today to request that the board approve the expenditure of $475,321 of investment and development funds to demolish and replace the Finch House, which is a residential home located on the Chico Basin. The cover sheet in your board packet provided a description of the proposed work, along with supporting documentation. I know you all are well aware of this property, but the Chico Basin Ranch is our 87,000 acre ranch that splits Pueblo and El Paso counties in the South Central District. It's situated about 38 miles southeast of Colorado Springs. I have the property shown here outlined in yellow. Just as a quick reminder, as of January 1st, 2 new 10-year leases began on the property. Flying Diamond holds the agriculture lease on the property, and KB Outdoors holds the recreation lease. Unlike the majority of our properties, we own all of the infrastructure on the Chico Basin Ranch, including the 5 residential homes. The 5 homes are vital housing for on-site ranch personnel to ensure the smooth operation of both agricultural and recreational activities. The 4 residential homes shown on your map here are included in Flying Diamond's ag lease, with one of those being the Finch House towards the right-hand side of the screen. The Maycamp House shown here towards the bottom of the screen is included in KB Outdoors recreation lease. As you'll recall, I came before you in January to request I&D funds to repair the houses located on the range. However, with the high cost estimates to repair the Finch House and the Maycamp House, you all requested that staff explore other options for these 2 structures, which included the additional repair or searching additional repair estimates, as well as estimates to demolish and replace the existing structures. Since the January board meeting, we've actively been reaching out to contractors to seek your requested estimates. We've received estimates for demo and replacement of the structures, but haven't found any contractors who have been interested in submitting estimates to repair the existing structures or any stick-built homes. In fact, most of the contractors have advised against repairing the existing structures. Since demolition is a potential option, as required by Colorado Department of Health and Environment, we've had asbestos tests done on both the Maycamp House and the Finch House. Both structures had samples that contained material that had tested positive at less than 1% asbestos, which requires further analysis and is currently in the works. If the additional tests show the material or confirm that the material is less than 1% asbestos, we can, abatement won't be required. We can just follow OSHA guidelines. Final test results for the additional testing should be received here in the next few days or so. So today, my request will solely focus on the next steps for the Finch House, with additional Maycamp House options coming before you at a later date. As I pointed out before, the Finch House is in an awesome location with a mountain-facing view that overlooks the entire western part of the ranch. But unfortunately, the structure is facing some pretty significant problems. I'll run through these photos with you again to remind you of some of the serious foundation issues and repair costs that we're facing with this structure. So in this photo, as you can see here, there are some pretty significant cracks in the floor right through the center of the right-hand picture. Oh, there's the mouse. You can kind of see some of the cracks here. This indicates underlying structural problems, obviously, and those do need to be addressed. Foundation repair will require a method that uses the pinning of helical piers to support the foundation, and then the injection of polyfoam to fill the voids and restabilize the soil. Foundation repair costs, including basement water damage repair and exterior grading to fix some drainage issues, comes to about $184,794. The detached garage also needs some foundational repairs, which we're looking at about $11,000 for that alone. Other necessary repairs include drywall repair, interior paint, new bedroom closet doors, new carpet in the back bedroom, and then gutters and downspouts, which the house currently doesn't have. We have one repair estimate in hand from Savvy Construction. They gave it to us back in January. As I mentioned, none of the other contractors were interested in submitting bids for repairs. In this table, I've summarized the required repairs and associated costs. In total, we're looking at about $303,057 to repair the existing structure. Please keep in mind that if there is asbestos present and more than 1% abatement will be required, which will drastically increase these costs. As we look at our other option of demo and replacement, staff currently has 3 estimates in hand for the cost to demolish and remove the existing structure. Currently, Dawn Till Dusk Construction has submitted the most competitive estimate at $54,000 for demo and haul off. Also, once again, keep in mind that if depending on our asbestos test results, abatement and hazard material handling costs could potentially double the demolition cost. So fingers crossed. Now for our replacement options. Staff has received 3 turnkey modular home estimates from 3 different contractors. All estimates and home brochures were included as exhibits in your board packet. Purgatory Valley Construction, actually based here in Trinidad, met staff early February on the ranch to evaluate the Finch House. They have no interest in submitting estimates to repair the existing structure or for a stick-built home. However, they contract with a modular company called Skyline Homes out of Kansas, who is the leading producer of factory-built housing in North America. These homes are high-quality homes that are built to withstand extreme climate conditions. Their turnkey estimate is for the Skyline Genesis. Their estimate is $304,904. This is for a 2,000 square foot, 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom home with a permanent foundation. And this is the most attractive option if the board decides to demolish and replace the Finch House. The floor plan and other finish options were included as an exhibit in your board packet. I do have a video tour. If you all are interested, towards the end of my presentation, we can try to play that.
It needs a bigger porch. That's quite.
It does.
Yeah.
It does. With that view, definitely. So we've created a cost comparison table that breaks down the total costs associated with the essential home repairs, which is $303,057, and then the total cost to demolish and replace the Finch House being $413,321. We've added an extra 15% project cost variance contingency to cover any potential differences between estimates and final contracts. Home repair or replacement is needed urgently, so we provide our lessees with safe and functional facilities, as we did promise through the RFP. However, this is a big decision, and we want to be sure that we're recommending the next best step for this residence, along with the best option for the trust. So if you all desire, we can continue to seek and pursue additional estimates for repairs or potential site built structures. So finally, staff recommends approving the allocation of $475,321 to demolish and replace the Finch House to start clean with new construction, rather than address necessary repairs now and potentially again in the near future. So we ensure that the state land board provides adequate housing capacity for our ag lessees.
Maria, what's the timeframe, Danny? If we approved it to get it out there?
It's 90 days from when the contract is signed, so we can get it up pretty quickly. And then while they're constructing the building, the contractor from here in Trinidad will be up there pouring the permanent foundation so they can just deliver the house.
I understand that it's not practical to restore the residence that's there. But remind me again how it came about. I mean, it's an unusual design and an unusual.
It is.
I mean, it's clearly somebody put a lot of artistic. And how old is it? And is it?
So the house, let me go back. Slides, the Finch House. So it's kind of hard to see here. But there's an original structure, which is over here to the left.
Yeah, no, I actually meant the other structure.
Okay. So the new structure or the addition was added on in the early 2000s. I believe from looking through the file, there was a drought year and the lessees had proposed adding this addition to the house. I think it was 2004. And I think they were the general contractors and they did a lot of the labor on it from what I could tell through files and records, but.
Thanks.
Any other questions? You guys want to?
A stick house is just totally cost prohibitive.
You know,
I was just curious.
I don't think so. The problem is I had several contractors meet me out there and I told them we would be interested in just a basic spec house, a stick-built spec house, and nobody had interest in doing one out there. And I don't know if it's the location or. Yeah. But I can definitely pursue more. I can reach out.
I was just curious.
Yeah.
As a comparison. I mean, we've done a lot of modular. I'm also curious because we have done a lot of modular, how these prices line up. Maybe. The last one we did was. Where was that?
German Creek?
Yeah, it might be in.
He's challenged it out there.
Yeah, yeah, I think that was the biggest challenge, was where it was located.
I believe, let me do some math really quick.
Per square foot, what is that?
150.
Yeah. And contractors did tell me it's about 200 to 250 per square foot to build in Pueblo, El Paso County areas. Yeah.
I just wish I had a porch on it. I've been there all day, every day, finding the porch.
It wouldn't be hard to add a porch. I can ask for an additional estimate for a little patio.
Yeah.
Well, it's not so much
But
patio,
only
it's
if
the
you
cover.
don't have asbestos to.
Yeah,
Then
only
you
if we
can-
don't have
then
asbestos.
You don't have
Then the extra
asbestos,
50.
then-
you get a little extra deck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would you all like to see the video? Okay. So with that, your board order reflects what's shown on the screen.
Questions? Comments?
No. I think we can do it.
I can't imagine this to fill with doing better.
And if the timing's right, before winter,
That house is rough.
Unfortunately, it's a really neat idea. I will add, Purgatory Valley Construction. They've been building homes in this area for probably 30+ years. And he's fully switched to contracting with this modular company. That's all he does. He won't do any stick-built homes anymore, so.
So Alex, shall we check and see?
Yes. Anybody listening online or listening in the audience here that wants to make a comment on this agenda item, please use the raise hand function on Zoom or please raise your hand in the audience. For Grove, I'm seeing no hands raised.
We have a motion?
This is Commissioner Chavez, I move we approve the Chico Basin IND fund request for the Finch House as described in the board package.
Second, Commissioner Heath. Mr. Scanlon, how do you vote? Aye. Mr. Chavez?
Yes.
Mr. Heath?
Aye.
Chair votes yes. Thanks for doing the extra research. Thanks.
Thanks,
Really
Maureen.
good plan. We look forward to hearing from you about Mayhouse later.
Yeah. We'll bring that to you shortly. Great, thank you, commissioners.
Thank you. You wish we could build a real
All right.
ranch out. It looks like a
Hello, there he
suburban
is.
thing.
I've heard they're really good though. The arrow key structure would be best.
Arrow keys are best.
And you have control.
Excellent. Thank you, Alex. Commissioners, are you ready for? Right now, I'm happy to wait a minute or two if we need to get organized.
No, we're ready.
We're ready. Okay. Good afternoon now, commissioners. My name is Ben Teschner. I'm the Solid Minerals Manager here at the Land Board. I am here to discuss proposed solid minerals lease 117278 located in Lincoln County. This is an opportunity for us to monetize a mineral-only estate in East Central Colorado. The photo you see on your screen is a photo of the property we're talking about, and the property is actually beyond the fence line in the middle ground there. So stuff in the foreground is not what we're talking about. It's in the sort of in the background there. The surface of the property is owned by a company called the Craig Ranch. And the minerals are owned by the state land. I should note, I also have a representative of the lessee Mid-States Materials on the call, Cole Anderson, if we have any questions for him. So I want to show you a couple things before we get into the lease itself and just talk about split estate and a little bit about our split estate portfolio and why we have it. The map you see on the screen showing the blue outlines is a map of our surface estate around Lyman. And typically when we show you maps, we show you maps of the surface estate. However, we also own when you take that same area and overlay also the mineral estate, you'll see a number of parcels that are gray. And the parcels that are gray only are parcels where we own the minerals and not the surface. The reason for this, in most cases, did I talk about that here in the next one? The reason for this in most cases is that at some point we owned the whole estate and sold the surface. The reason we sell the surface and retain the minerals, are you okay? The reason we sell the surface and retain the minerals is because of a 1927 law called the Jones Act, which statutorily required that we retain minerals when we sell the surface. It prohibits us from selling the mineral estate. So as a result, we have approximately over 1 million acres of split mineral owned estate. All of it's state. Anything to add to that? You looked like you wanted to speak briefly there, Ed.
Well, it's a little more than that. Early in the 1900s, the land board decided that reserving the minerals was a good economic decision in managing trust lands. It's pretty common in the western states that mineral estates are split and surface estates are sold. There is some litigation surrounding that decision and also a state statute that requires the then has been mentioned in 1927, the federal government passed a statute called the Jones Act that clarified the transfer of mineral rights from the federal government to the state, and also required that the state reserve the mineral rights for the purposes of whatever the original grant was for. The reason I lead you down this deep rabbit hole to the roots of weeds is just to clarify our record so that should we ever be looking back on this in litigation, which mineral estate litigation is not entirely unheard of, both in the land board and in the West. That we've got a full record that we don't just rely or comply with the 1927 Federal Act. Like I say, there's a state federal act, and prior to that, there was a determination of the values.
Jones Act is federal.
Jones Act is federal. If you look at our state act, I believe, sorry, I should know it, but I think it's section 125. It was passed in 1917, 18, that realm. It's been amended. It was originally permissive, and the legislature revisited it after a period of time and made it obligatory that we reserve all minerals as a practice. In that interim work reserve, but I'm not aware of any specifics. Anyway, so thank you for indulging me for that longer.
Thank you, Ed. So in practice, when we sell a surface parcel, what we issue is a patent. And an example of one of those is shown here on the left of your screen. And within that patent is some contract language that reserves the minerals and actually executes that obligation that we have under statute. As a result of the statutes and how our reservation was written, our mineral reservation is very expansive, more expansive often than other mineral reservations that you will find out in the world. It includes sand, gravel, stone, clay, scoria, and other construction materials that are sometimes referred to as surface minerals in other types of transactions. In our case, these commodities are vested with the mineral estate that is reserved. So the result of that is often a surface owner, a construction materials mining company may assume that in fact the surface owner is the one who those materials, those construction materials, and will enter into an agreement with the surface owner, in most cases not knowing that in fact the mineral owner is the state land board. And the way that we frequently find out about these is that DRMS, the Division of Reclamation, Mining and Safety, sends the State Land Board a notice of all permit applications in Colorado. They come to my desk, I take a look at them, where they are being permitted for, and check to see if those align with any of our properties, and we are aware of what's happening there. In this case, I received one of these and noticed that it was on State Land Board minerals, and I reached out to the operator to secure a lease. So let's talk about this lease in particular. This is the orange map. When you see the orange map of the state, this is showing all of our mineral estate. The blue one that you sometimes see is showing our surface estate. This one is located in northwest Lincoln County, right near the town of Lyman. And we're talking about 440 acres of mineral estate. Zoomed in, the town of Lyman is in the upper sort of left near the north arrow on this air photo. And the lease area that we're talking about is ringed in yellow. The orange boundary that you see is the DRMS permit boundary that the lessee Mid-States Materials had applied for through the DRMS process and was the one that came into our office via that notice. So you can see that their planned mining extent includes not just our minerals, but also minerals that we do not own as well. This map is a little washed out, but what it is, you may recognize this map from a previous presentation where I also talked about Mid-States Materials. But in the center of this map is Kansas, on the left is Colorado, and you can kind of imagine the remaining states around. Mid-States Materials would be the lessee on this lease. They're a company based in Topeka. And you can see most of their operations, or most of the orange dots that are their operations, are in sort of the greater eastern Kansas area. They have been expanding westward, including into eastern Colorado. And the orange star you see on the map is a lease you approved a couple months ago in Kit Carson County. And then the green star is the lease that we were talking about. As is governed by policy, I reach out to a number of parties seeking comments on all the leases that I bring before you. I reached out to Lincoln County, who expressed no concerns with the lease. With regards to wildlife, from our internal stewardship staff and from Colorado Parks and Wildlife, they noted mule deer, winter range, and an ephemeral stream with some concerns related to amphibians in that stream. And there are no cultural resources surveys that have been done and are recorded with History Colorado on the surface of this property. Now, normally at this point is where I would tell you also about the stipulations that I'm recommending we put into the lease. Because of the situation we have here, because we do not own the surface, we believe that one, that these are best managed by the surface owner, who's the Craig Ranch. In addition, Colorado Parks and Wildlife is already engaged in this project through the DRMS permitting process, which is already underway. So in fact, when I reached out to them for comment, they sent me literally the exact letter they had just sent to DRMS and said, here's what we have. I'm encouraged to report that they're already engaged and will be are working through that process as they do under all of the DRMS projects. And staff is recommending that we place no surface related stipulations onto this. From a revenue perspective, all solid minerals leases have a rent of $5 per acre, which was on 440 acres results in $2,200 a year in revenue, in rent. We'll have a royalty of 45 cents a ton. And based on Mid-States Materials plans, that could result in revenue of up to $25,000 in some years. As you saw, there is areas where they'd be mining on someone else's minerals, and at which point we would receive only the rent during those years. So with that, staff is recommending that the board approve the sand and gravel lease 117278 with Mid-States Materials on this 440 acres of mineral-only estate in Lincoln County. And I included the board order for your convenience, small though it may be.
So Ben, I'm just curious about that, when it's all mined out, if mineral, or whatever the name.
Mine Land Reclamation Board.
Well, no, I mean, if it wasn't revegetated, or would we have to step in and force the bonds to be paid, or would the landowner do that? You know, how does that work?
Yeah, that is the bond that, the reclamation bond that is posted with the Division of Reclamation, Mining and Safety is independent of who owns the surface minerals or otherwise. So as part of the permitting process, DRMS calculates based on their plans, their planned disturbance area, you know, there's a bunch of factors that go into this. What would it cost if this company walked away and the state had to step in and reclaim that property to its to whatever its post-mine land use is designated to be? So I don't know what that number would be. We're typically in the hundreds of thousands of dollars for these types of bonds. But that is held by DRMS and enforced by DRMS.
Thank you.
Yeah. There are cases where we apply additional bond from the state land board side. I'm not recommending that.
Yes, it's not our land.
Yeah.
I just have a high level question. We touched on this a little bit yesterday, and that with 1 million acres of this type of asset, it seems like it's more of a reactionary strategy on our part, since they're all isolated sections. Are there any other intentional or strategies you could imagine that we could unlock the value sooner than later?
That's a really good question. And you're absolutely correct that from a certainly from a construction materials perspective, I think our management of these parcels is incredibly reactionary. I'll give a lot of credit to Katie, Steve, and Crystal from the oil and gas side. It is not at all reactionary in that. That side, they are leasing those quite actively. It's a very different world when it comes to surface disturbance with these two types of uses. So there are some fundamental differences there, but at the moment, we do not have a comprehensive strategy how to promote
Generate
demand. In most cases, having a surface owner who also wants to see this happen.
And having a neighborhood that will.
Yes.
Allow it.
It's quite important.
Construction.
Yeah. So all the same market conditions apply, and there are the additional complications of having two that likely have to be cooperative in the development.
So even, and we won't take too much time here, but the idea that we're getting all permits means that even for parcels that aren't our minerals,
correct,
is our opportunity to say, hey, whoa, think about us.
You know, there's one of the big side benefits of receiving all of these is I get to see, I'm checking these, I get a couple of these a week. And so I'm seeing where people are going and who they are, which is really nice. So, from that perspective, I've never really put that into anywhere outside of sort of my own head. But I definitely see and report when we're considering leases and negotiating rates and things like that. Well, if I'm seeing a lot of demand in a particular area, that matters, right? And if I, getting leasing opportunities in an area maybe where we're not seeing a lot of demand, that matters too. So, yeah, I'm not sure if that fully answers your question.
Well, partly, and then just if there's a lot of activity in the area and we happen to have these buried ones in proximity, just finding out who the other operators are and say, hey, we could go next, and
we could go next. Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a great idea.
All right, any other questions?
No.
Public?
Anybody listening in online or in the audience that would like to make a public comment on this agenda item, please use the raise hand function on Zoom, or please raise your hand in the audience. Commissioner Crowe, I'm not seeing any hands raised.
Excellent. How about a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd move that the board adopt the Saddle Mineral Production Lease 117278 as described in our board packet.
Thank you so much. Second. Second from Commissioner Scanlon. All right, how do you vote, Commissioner Heath?
Aye.
Commissioner Chavez?
Yes.
Mr. Scanlon? Aye. And I vote yes too.
Thank you very much, commissioners.
Thank you very much.
Ben.
I think it's my turn.
It is, or
I'm excited. Here's this month's board leasing agenda. So for the record, interim director Massey presenting the board leasing agenda for the April 2025 commissioners. As a reminder, these are items in which staff does not have the director's authority, do not have the board's authority to act without the board approval on a piece of business. At the same time, the piece of business is pretty run of the mill, straight up the middle, non-controversial, however you want to characterize it, but it doesn't bear a lot of features that would have staff bring it to you as an independent action item. So it's on your agenda. So this month we have 2 competitive bids for recreation, and we've got a handful of new business, including some of the activity that Julie Majors presented earlier. Exciting to have commercial on that agenda. For the record, I do want to point out that in item number 2, the first 2 sentences use different numbers for the number of applications that were received. It says 4 were received, and of the 2 that were received, it's meant to say 4 and 4. So we'll get a scrivener's correction on that before publishing and locking down. And other than that, there isn't anything that I wanted to bring your attention to, but if you have questions, of course, we have those.
Just like to acknowledge again how exciting it is to see 3 significantly sized leases in them. Thank you, Julie. Appreciate it. Right. Comments? Public comment?
Anybody wishing to make a public comment on this agenda item, please use the raise hand function on Zoom. Or in the audience, if you'd like to raise your own hand. Commissioner Crowe, I'm not seeing any hand raised.
Perfect. All right, may I have a motion to approve the board leasing agenda?
I move we have approved the board leasing agenda for April 2025.
Second.
Second. Commissioner Lee. All right, Commissioner Scanlon, do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Chavez?
Yes.
Aye.
Chair votes yes. We're to approved. And on the minutes. Does anyone have any changes, modifications, or comments to the minutes? Then the minutes will be declared approved by acclamation. And unless anybody, wait, we have executive session, so.
We do have an executive session, so you'll bear with us, and we might need a couple of minutes to deal with a few things on the meeting. And I just want to, while we're still on public record officially, just say for next month, it's the big month, May, the Wednesday of the May there, is that May 7th? The plan, as I understand it, is for the board to be part of interviewing that's happening for the director role. Obviously, staff won't be involved in that in any way. We're going to vacate 1127 Sherman as best we can and have an entire, an all-staff meeting in Denver. Why did you want to say no? There's not. We want to say no. But we're going to have an all-staff meeting. Some logistics will be supported by Dan's direct team as far as folks getting in and out of the building. I think we're going to do a little bit of work to get some lunch coordinated for the interview panels and things, so our traditional hospitality, but staff will not be around. So, and then we have our business meeting the following day on Thursday, the 8th. Agenda right now is middle full. It's not a very short meeting, but it's also not a very long one at this point. So more details to come on that. And then in June, we're back to traveling. June will be an out and back tour on the Wednesday. Feel free to spend the night at home that night if you want, or in Denver, we can coordinate whatever. And then our business meeting Thursday after that.
Thank you.
So,
we declare this meeting
public session is adjourned.
Do we have to do the motion in public to go into?
Oh, yes.
And then we'll have to do it, come out, right?
And they'll probably adjourn the meeting at 5 minutes.
Technically, yeah.
I'm Chair, that wasn't meant to be a story.
Do I need to rescind my adjournment statement? This meeting is not adjourned.
That's not fair. And if you'll solicit.
Oh, I have to solicit, he's usually capable. Will our.
I thought you were ready to go for that.
Let's do that in public. So we'll trail the recording to the end of that piece and then we'll start a fresh recording and we'll lock people out of, actually we can just end Zoom.
Yeah.
Everybody else is here.
Well, except Chris is going to give.
Chris is still out there. Great. So, yeah, start working on getting this in.
Okay.
And then I'll pause this.
All right. Thank you for your attention. Good afternoon. I am Ed Hamrick, Assistant Attorney General, and I represent the State Board of Land Commissioners. Today, we'd like to go into executive session to give you a update on any litigation and provide an opportunity for attorney-client communication in the matter of Cagene, the state of Colorado, in front of the Colorado Court of Appeals. Case number 2024 CA 1163. This matter is authorized for executive session under 24-6-4023 A 2 and 3. Colorado Revised Statute. It's the only matter we have notice for executive session. And at this time, I request for the motion to go into executive session. So moved.
Second.
Aye.
Yes. Your vote is.
As soon as we are ready technologically, I will have a few more words to say and then we can go to the rest.
Hey, folks listening along online, at this point, we're either going to boot you out or you can let yourself out. Feel free to do that. And then in the room, if you'll give us just 2 or 3 minutes here to make mouse clicks, we'll.
So I recommend that we take the rest of that food and restore Eric's supply.
That I gave it to the homeless person last night?
Yes, yes.
He was very grateful. What was it? Like we were leaving the restaurant, there was a homeless person walking around asking for money. And I said, I don't have any money, but I have a bunch of snacks. So I took